Is called to order. The resumption of the meeting of the Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Under consideration of this committee today is the resumption of the consideration of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordoba as chairman of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. May we invite Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordoba to take the seat in front. And we remind the appointee that he is still under oath. The majority floor leader is recognized to report on the parliamentary status.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices held a hearing on November 23, 2022 during the first regular session of the 19th Congress to deliberate the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordoba as chairman of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring on February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. The committee chair made their opening statements and directed Secretary Myra Marie D. Villarica to report on the status of the jurisdictional requirements in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees and other relevant information about the appointee, Mr. Cordoba, as chairman of the Commission on Audit. The chair then directed Secretary Villarica to administer the oath to Chairperson Cordoba. Thereafter, Chair Cordoba delivered his introductory statement. The Vice Chairperson of the committee, Representative Padiernos, as well as Senators Risa Ontiveros and Grace Poe, and the Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Representative Marcoleta, directed questions and queries to the appointee. The questions and queries touch on the reforms the appointee intends to implement in the Commission on Audit, the status of a 2012 case filed with the Office of the Ombudsman, and questions arising from the decisions he has made as chairperson of the National Telecommunications Commission involving ABS-CBN. Due to lack of material time, there being set questions still to be asked by Senator Ontiveros, the committee suspended the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Cordoba as chairman of the Commission on Audit. That is the parliamentary status, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. The appointee is now ready to respond to any comment or question from the members. May we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. Magandang umaga po muli, Chair, at sa lahat ng mga kasama dito sa CA. So, sa pagpapatuloy ko po, Chair, Madam Chair at Chair, gaya ng sinabi ko nung naunang hearing, dalawang paksa na lamang. So, actually, isang paksa na lamang, Madam Chair. All right. Tungkol po sa I apologize. Dalawang paksa nga. Parehong tungkol sa COA. Una po, Madam Chair, tungkol sa COA structure. Early this month, November 2022, it was reported that for a few days, the Commission on Audit was placed under a commission proper. The chair designated an assistant commissioner to serve as commission proper, purportedly in the absence of all three commissioners, including the chair, who were all on official overseas trips. It was reported in the past that due to alleged frequent travels by its chairs and commissioners, COA failed to focus on its constitutional duties and responsibilities, which then resulted in numerous backlogs. The absence of the agency heads also led to designation of officers in charge who were non-commissioners and While this created the impression that the COA was functioning as a collegial body, it was actually run by a mini commission proper composed of chiefs of staff of commissioners and other COA senior officials. So, yung unang tanong ko po sa paksang ito, ano po yung current organizational chart ng COA? Sa mga kaso po na yung chair at yung mga commissioner ay lahat away on official travel, ano yung line of succession para yung commission nananatiling fully functional?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. Ang organizational chart po would be the COA is headed by the chairperson, and then meron pong dalawang commissioners, and then under po sa amin ay meron pong 11 assistant commissioners. Yun po yung 11 clusters. And then under the 11 clusters, meron pong 47 na iba't ibang naghahawak po ng mga agencies distributed among the 11 clusters. Actually po, Madam Chair, tungkol po dun sa, so yun po ang organizational structure, ma'am. Apo.
At ano po yung line of succession kapag yung chair at yung commissioners lahat away on official travel?
Actually po, Madam Chair, because wala po yung, dati po, sa dating situation, wala po ang tatlong commissioners, ay hindi po nakakapag-commission proper or commission in bank. But ngayon po kasi, because of the pandemic, nagkaroon po ng new normal, and pwede na pong magkaroon ng in-bank or a commission proper through Zoom. So yun po ang isang benefit na, well, in a way, para pong benefit because of the pandemic, magpa-function po ang commission proper. But ang akin naman pong commitment is, like in my case po, hindi naman po ako mahilig bumiyahe. So ang akin pong pangako dito po sa commission appointments ay hindi naman po ako umaalis. If you can check my records po sa NTC, I always stay on sa office dahil po marami po kasing emergency sa NTC like bagyo, and pag nagkaroon po ng mga sakuna ay sanay naman po tayong hindi umaalis. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Chair, Madam Chair. Natutuwa rin ako makarinig ng mga commitment dahil yun din po yung huling itatanong ko sa Chair, Madam Chair, sa huling paksa ko mamaya konti. Huling tanong ko sa unang paksang ito, ano po yung status ng COA audit backlogs? At paano nyo ini-intend na i-address itong backlog na ito sa panahon ninyo bilang COA Chair?
Thank you po, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. Actually, meron po kaming backlog talaga, that's admitted po. Ang aking pong unang gagawin is aging po. The use of technology. Sabi ko nga po sa inyo, ang isa pong benepisyo na galing po ako sa NTC is very po ako sa technology. Hindi po ako averse sa technology. So, ang pinaka-importante po dyan would be the aging of cases para po matapos po namin yung mga backlog. At saka po, sabi ko nga po sa inyo, even if kasi po may mga foreign commitments po kasi ang COA ay magagampanan po namin yung commission proper na in-bank because of Zoom. So, ibilisan po namin ito. Sa NTC po, nangyari din sa amin yan before when we arrived. But right now po, very minimal na lang po ang naiiwan na cases sa amin, sa NTC docket po. Thank you po.
So, gagamitin nyo po yung aging of cases, teknolohiya, kasama na yung Zoom. Ano po yung COA audit backlogs status na gagamitan nyo nitong mga pamamaraan?
Your Honors, sa ngayon po ang pending cases po sa COA proper is around 4,000 plus, Your Honors. So medyo madami po siya, but rest assured po ay ubusin po namin ito agad.
Yes. Nagulat po ako, Chair, Madam Chair, sa bilang ng 4,000. May time frame po ba na sa loob nun sa iba't ibang pamamaraan na sinabi ng Chair ay makapag-catch up sa backlog na ito?
I think, Your Honors, in 2 years' time po ay maubos po namin ito, Your Honors. Gagawin po namin ito ng programa, and rest assured po we'll submit this also to the Commission Appointments and sa office po na Senator Ontiveros to mapakita po namin sa inyo ang aming ginagawa, and also to ask for the guidance of the members of the Commission Appointments. Salamat po.
Salamat, Chair, Madam Chair. Okay na pong time frame ang 2 years sa loob ng susunod na 7 taon at magiging useful din po sa Kongreso kahit sa mga taunang budget debates namin. At inaasahan ko po na inaasahan ko yung sinabi ng Chair nung budget interpellation sa COA na particular halimbawa yung special audit ng COA sa Farmally ay finally mailalabas na po sa Enero dahil sinabi ng Chair noon na sa loob ng 2 buwan mula ngayon ay magagawa ito. At mabuti po kung finally magaganap na nga po iyon. So, Chair, Madam Chair, sa huling paksa ko po ngayong umaga tungkol sa COA powers. All government transactions and all government entities, including government-owned or controlled corporations with original charters, shall be examined and audited by the COA on their expenditures and uses of public funds. There are no exceptions to this constitutional mandate. Furthermore, the COVID-19 Vaccination Program Act of 2021 under RA 11525 and the Government Procurement Reform Act under RA 9184 unequivocally demand transparency and accountability in the government's procurement process. As of this month, COA has yet to audit the 2020 and 2021 government procurement of vaccines due to the non-disclosure agreements that were entered into by the Philippine government and the vaccine suppliers. News reports have only stated that the government allocated around 300 billion pesos for the COVID-19 vaccines, as there was no official information from DOH or DOF. The NDAs also infringe on the Constitution, which mandates COA to audit government expenditures. So unang tanong ko po sa paksang ito, bilang chair ng COA, paano nyo i-enforce yung malinaw ninyong constitutional duty na i-audit yung actual expenditure ng public funds kaugnay ng vaccine procurement?
Thank you po, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. Actually po ay nakipag-coordinate na po ang ating resident auditors sa Department of Health. Actually, it was based on a letter from the Department of Health mismo. Sila po ang humingi ng audit, ng special audit sa atin based po sa mandato na binigay sa kanila ng ADB, Asian Development Bank, at World Bank because of the loan that was given to us for the purpose of procuring the vaccine. So based on that po, humingi na po ang ating resident auditors sa Department of Health ito mga contracts and documents related to the procurement of the vaccine. However, the Department of Health po at the time, si Secretary BuCor wrote us stating that hindi po sila makakapit ng mga dokumento nito because they have an NDA or non-disclosure agreement with the suppliers. So pagkatanggap po namin noon, we referred it to our legal office, but the legal office said that the COA is not bound by the NDAs or non-disclosure agreements. So based nga rin po dun sa constitutional provision that you mentioned. So ang aming pong gagawin is magdi-demand po kami, demand letter po ang ating resident auditor, and then kapag hindi po nila binigay ay sa COA proper level susulat din po kami, but after that po pag wala po we have to issue a notice of suspension and go through the process of notice of disallowance, and tuloy-tuloy po yun. Kasama na po yung other legal processes which may include the issuance of a subpoena, Your Honors.
Salamat, Chair, Madam Chair. I'm very glad to hear na yung sinabi ng Chair na it may include the issuance of a subpoena. Pero bakit po may pa? At ang dami pang nadadaanan samantalang may iba't ibang bodies na kasama na po kami sa Kongreso na ulit-ulit na hiningi yun sa DOH at pagkatapos sa DOF din. Dahil sinabi naman ng Chair na sinabi ng legal office ng COA, hindi kayo bound ng NDA at under the Constitution, may mandato talaga kayo. Hindi po ba't nag-i-infringe sa Constitution ang NDA? Hindi po ba't mas maiging isabpina nyo na po?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. Dahil lang po kami doon sa process, ma'am, yung pong notice of suspension, para po bang we are saying that mali po yung kanilang ginagawa, but if they continue with that, then we issue the subpoena. Baka po naman kasi after that ay mag-submit na po sila ng documents that we need for the financial audit of the government expenditures, including po the loans granted to us by the World Bank and the ADB. Salamat po.
Salamat, Chair, Madam Chair, para sa mas categorical na sagot na iyon. So, dadaan sa isang preliminary step yung notice of suspension ng COA kapag hindi pa rin ibinigay yung kompletong kontrata, dokumento, pati yung NDA na yan, yung mahiwagang NDA na yan, isasabpina ng COA. So, salamat, Chair, Madam Chair, para doon. Mas maigi po talaga iyon. So, and therefore, kahit kailangan pang umabot sa isasabpina yung NDA, pwede po bang makatanggap ng assurance sa inyong opisina under oath na hindi nyo papayagan ang COA mag-renege muli sa commitment ng komisyon na i-audit nga itong usaping ito?
Your Honors, you have our commitment po that hindi po kami papayag na hindi po ma-audit ito pong government expenditure na to. Lalong-lalo na po na yung po mga nagpautang sa atin, which is the World Bank and the ADB, ay nagpapa-special audit na po para dito. Salamat.
Salamat, Chair. Nagpapa-special audit na rin po ang World Bank at saka ADB. O nga, mas mabuting yun na ang mag-special audit sa halip na kailangan pang hingiin ito o i-prompt ito ng ating mga loan grantors. So, Madam Chair, sa huling tanong ko sa paksang ito tungkol sa special audit request ni DOJ Secretary kaugnay ng BuCor. Earlier this month, a huge pit with a depth of 30 meters and width of about 300 meters, including a cave that was carved out with a height of 5 feet and 8 inches, was found beside the official residence of suspended Bureau of Corrections Director General Gerald Bantag, who stated that as a scuba diver, he wanted to create the deepest swimming pool in Manila. Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla recently said that BuCor Acting Chief Gregorio Catapang formally sent a request letter to the Commission on Audit requesting that it conduct a special audit vis-a-vis the number of issues involving Bantag's management of the BuCor. This includes a memorandum of agreement Bantag entered into with Agua Tierra Oro Mina Development Corporation to develop the 375-hectare New Bilibid prison reservation in Muntinlupa City into a commercial, residential, and industrial area. Apparently, the aforementioned agreement was not approved by Sec. Remulla's predecessor, former DOJ Sec. Menardo Guevara. So, para sa huling tanong ko, Chair, Madam Chair, ano po yung status niyang special audit ng BuCor requested by Acting Chief Katapang at ano pong mga issues o mga matters ay magiging saklaw ng scope o coverage ng audit na iyan?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. Nabasa din po namin sa media, newspaper reports that there will be a request from the BuCor. I think the BuCor head right now, General Katapang, already sent his request to the Secretary of Justice, Secretary Remulla, insofar as the transmission or pagpapadala po sa amin ng request niyan ay hindi pa po namin natatanggap. But, rest assured, Your Honors, as soon as we receive it, magkakaroon po tayo ng special audit on that. Ano po, based yung sa question po ninyo, ginagawa naman po ng ating resident auditor, but idadagdag po natin yung mga matters po ng food subsistence and medical allowances. Yan po yung mga pinag-usapan, decongestion of inmates and other areas that may be considered based on request concerns from the BuCor's management. And ito nga pong sinabi nga po na ginagawa pong paghuhukay ay titignan din po natin. kung meron pong authorization yan, and siyempre po there's a process for a company to do that within the premises of government po.
Salamat, Chair, Madam Chair, para sa pagtatayang iyon na kapag, tama po ba yung narinig ko, natanggap na yung official request ay mula sa DOJ ay gagampanan ng COA. At salamat din sa pagbanggit doon sa usapin ng overcrowding o congestion sa ating mga bilangguan dahil importanteng issue din po iyon sa mga advocates ng prison reform or mas malawak pa yung criminal justice reform. Meron pala akong nakaligtaan kanina, Chair, Madam Chair, na tanong, pero siguro maigi na rin kasi ano na yun, intro na yun dun sa huling brief manifestation ko. At ito po ay, well, Chair, Madam Chair, COA is a very sensitive office. We always need a chair who has the moral courage and integrity to stand by what is right and is not easily pressured. So, Chair, magpapakita po ba kayo ng kalakasan at hindi kahinaan bilang pinuno ng isang independent constitutional body? At paano po ma-assure yung publiko na magiging kayong independent, impartial, at paglilingkuran ang inyong opisina, mataas na opisina with utmost integrity?
Thank you po for that question, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. I would like to assure the honorable members of the Commission on Appointment, pati po ang publiko, na hindi po tayo papayag na magamit or ma-pressure ang ating commission audit for any political purposes. So, makakaasa po kayo na kami po magiging independent at ang aking pong assurance is I also would go to you for guidance para po sa mga nangyayari po sa aming opisina. Makakaasa po kayo na gagawin po namin ang aming trabaho independently and hindi po maapektuhan ng pressure from any entities. Kung mapapansin po ninyo, Chair, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee, marami pong mga lumalabas po na mga investigasyon based on the findings of COA. So yan po ay tuloy-tuloy po namin gagawin at hindi po kami matitinag at makakaasa po kayo sa aming tuloy-tuloy na pagtrabaho. Salamat po.
Salamat, Chair, Madam Chair. At kahit kami po dito sa Kongreso, gaya ng nabanggit ko na rin kanina, ay sobrang nagagamit namin at nakakatulong sa amin yung mga audit reports ng COA. That is an understatement. At the minimum taon-taon sa budget debates namin. And kaugnay po niyan, I hope that the Chair will ensure that COA will still upload audit reports on your website. Kaugnay na rin ng digitalization na kasama ng opening remarks ng Chair nung nakaraan o unang hearing. So, yun yung natira ko pong dalawang paksa at mga tanong, Chair, Madam Chair, and bilang maikling pangwakas na manifestasyon, karugtong nung ipanahayag ng Chair noon na pakikiramdam nila sa damdamin at karanasan ng mga taong mga naapektuhan ng mga nakaraang kaganapan. I trust that the Chair will continue to raise the status of his office occupied by himself in the eyes of the public. Will uphold the constitutional independence of the COA, protecting it from political influence, and carry out the mandate of the Commission, the high mandate of the Commission, impartially by standing firm against political pressure. At sa ganitong paraan, gawin talagang ang kanilang pagiging tagapangulo ng COA bilang legacy nila sa serbisyo publiko. So, maraming salamat, Chair, at maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, may we recognize now our majority floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support the confirmation nomination of the nominee. I'm confident about his competence and fitness. Just a few suggestions and maybe the chair can enlighten us on some reforms that he wants to implement. No? Basically, Madam Chair, Chairman, isa sa mga reforms na sana magawa nyo under your term is the synchronicity, consistency of COA rulings, observations. As mentioned by Senator Aimee previously, merong ibang mayor inaalaw ng COA ang ibang government transaction, sa kapitbahay hindi pwede. Meron naman inaalaw ng COA auditor ngayon, pag napalitan, hindi ni-disallow ng sunod na auditor. So ako, as a suggestion, Chair, marami naman mga Supreme Court decisions, jurisprudence na nag-file ng COA observation disallowance, ang COA nagkaso, umabot sa Supreme Court at malino naman yung decision na. So siguro based on that, maybe you can do a booklet and conduct seminars, briefings, updates regarding this issue. Kasi importante po yan eh. Just to share with you, no, karamihan dito, laging local government. Si Mayor Lani, Mayor ng BuCor, si Chikiting, Johnny, Governor. Ako naging Governor. Si our Chairman, naging Mayor. Si Mayor Tolentino. Mayor JV. Congress, Governor Cheese. 9 years ako naging Governor. Siguro I suffered 9 cases based on observations which were all eventually dismissed, no? So based on those findings, sana magkaroon na ng consistency sa ruling. Ano ba yung inobserve noon na, you know, may lapse yung gumawa, no? Isa dito yung purchase ng fuel ng local government. Sana linawin po ng COA, ano ba talaga ang issue sa fuel? Nakasuhan po ako, but you know, the past 50 years, and my colleagues will agree with me, hindi naman po binibidding ang fuel dahil regulated po yan. One issue na dapat hindi i-bidding yan kasi regulated is, ano kung nga rin mag-bid tayo ng diesel ngayon at 78 and after, by the time we award, 85 na. Ayaw na pong isupply yan ng supplier. Ngayon naman, ito naman ang senaryo, 78 pesos ngayon, bumaba naging 75. Ilugi naman ng gobyerno kung bayaran ng 78, di ba ho? So, parang ini-encourage pa ho ng COA na mangdaya ang local government. Kasi pag nag-overprice, sasabihin, wag na, sige, under-deliver na lang. Mali po yun. Regulated naman po yung presyo ng fuel. At for the past 50 years, hindi naman binibid yan. Ngayon, nabibidding na sila because of the case they filed against me. But I think dapat the COA should look into that po, no, for that simple reason. And secondly, nakasuhan rin po ako, and maybe yung iba dito sa local governments, nag-hire po kami ng extra lawyers because ang lawyer po ng probinsya covering 1,000 barangay, 3 lang. So we had to hire lawyers and the COA disallowed hiring lawyers. So eventually the Supreme Court decided tama po yung ginawa namin. Then another issue, nag-hire kami ng locally funded teachers dahil maraming ginawang eskwelahan ng DepEd na walang teacher. So they approached the mayor, the governor to fund teachers which was eventually disallowed by COA dahil against raw yun ng yung SEF, yung Educational Fund. But eventually the Supreme Court ruled that tama po yung ginawa namin. So these are just issues and cases that sana i-synchronize na po ng COA yan, no? And under your leadership, we're confident sana you can already start, initiate, fast-track these reforms. Then second reform sana po under your leadership is yung COA disallowances observations are now weaponized. Ano po ibig sabihin? Pag ang COA nag-issue ng observation sa isang mayor, governor, nakalagay, Mayor Juan de la Cruz illegally disbursed 20 million in funds /COA. Parang ano na po, guilty na agad in the media na samantalang kung babasahin yung observation, nakalagay lang hindi na comply yung documentary requirements. So, you know, the COA observations based on jurisprudence is not, it does not say na may observation ka, it's illegal. It's just sometimes lack of documentation lang. So, Mr. Chair, as a way of suggestion, sana i-reform nyo to dahil weaponize nga. And when I asked some auditors na dati sa amin and now nasa iba na, sabi ko, bakit ba napakaraming COA observations na ini-issue mo sa amin? Sir, parang may ano yan ang basis ng aming performance and competence na marami kaming mabigay na observation. That means we're doing our job. Sabi ko, sige, you can do observations. But the problem is, lahat ng observations nyo negative. Baka naman pwede kayong magawa ng positive observation that Mayor XYZ is doing a good job in disbursing funds. Mayor X Juan de la Cruz is transparent in their transaction. Di ba po? Sana po, Mr. Chair, kung nagsabi na observations, sana equalize mo yung mga mayor, governor na magagaling ang benchmarking in the disbursement. Ilagay naman sa audit report kung ano naman ang magagandang ginagawa nila, hindi naman po puro negative. Kasi nakakatakot pag nagsinabing, sir, may COA observation, alam mo agad, negative. So, these are the issues that we want sana under your leadership to reform. Siguro ma'am, Madam Chair, before I move, maybe you can react, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, Congressman Eli Villafuerte, honorable members of the Commission, ito po mga binanggit po ninyo ay well taken po. Actually, this was also raised during the budget hearing po ng COA. Senator Cheese mentioned this, isang auditor sa isang munisipyo ay iba po ang treatment sa same transaction sa auditor ng kabilang munisipyo. So, I think we have to put together a compendium of all these issuances. Tapos i-ano po namin, i-update, and at the same time po ay lagyan po ng annotations based on Supreme Court decisions and magkaroon po ng uniform interpretation. So, hindi mangyayari po yan. Rest assured po, we will do that. Yun po ang isa sa unang project na aming gagawin.
And may we request the Chair to work with the Government Procurement Policy Board regarding yung fuel na sinabi
Okay.
ko.
Yes, sir.
Kasi alam mo yon, it's really medyo may problema dyan. We understand that we need to get the lowest cost. But when it comes to fuel, which is hindi po kontrolado po yan ng local government ng COA, you purchase 78 pesos now, tomorrow 80 pesos. Ayusin po yung parameters na siguro get 3 quotes and from a supplier like Petron, which is partially government, na hindi naman pwedeng dayain yung fuel na yan dahil regulated po. Kasi talagang medyo may problema po dyan in the bidding of fuel kasi very volatile ang price. So yun lang po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. May we recognize our Vice Chairman, Congressman Ramon Kiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no question but only manifesto of support to the chairman. Magkakilala na kami for more than 22 years. Si Chairman Cordoba. Nasa Malacanang siya noon. At the same time, I am also the President of the League of Municipality of the Philippines. Talagang magaling siya. Kasi hindi niya maabot hanggang dito kung hindi siya magaling. So, I will give my vote to Chairman Cordoba. Thank you.
Maraming salamat,
Madam
Vice
Chair.
Chairman Kiko. Yes. Okay, we recognize Senator Bongo online.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Just a brief manifestation po. Would like to express my profound support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Attorney Gamaliel Cordoba as Chairman of the Commission on Audit. Chairman Cordoba is one of the most highly qualified and competent individuals serving in government today. His success was not achieved overnight and is a byproduct of perseverance, commitment, and passion to serve our fellow countrymen. It is my earnest belief that he will perform his given functions to the best of his abilities, aligned with the Commission's mandate to be the guardian of the taxpayers' money. Pakiusap ko lang po kay Chairman Cordoba, as I have said time and again, na paitingin po natin ang pagsisiyasat sa paggamit ng pera ng taong bayan, maintain the independence of COA, and always make sure that the people's money is put to good use, wisely spent, and used solely for its intended purpose, up to the last centavo. Ingatan po natin ang tiwala na binigay sa atin ng ating mga kababayan. Again, congratulations po, Chairman Cordoba, Attorney Cordoba. Muli, full support po sa inyo. Salamat.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. May we recognize now the Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Congressman Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have no questions, but I would like to manifest my support to Chairman Liel Cordoba. I have known him for a few years now, since he was the Commissioner of NTC. And through the years that I have known him, I find him to be a very humble person. And more than that, Madam Chair, he's a very dedicated public servant. He has served already 4 presidents and has served the government for more than 20 years in various capacities. If I may be allowed, Madam Chair, I would like to read my manifest of support, in which I would like to request to be put on record in the minutes of the plenary, so that if there ever be no material time, naka-record na doon. Madam Chair, the Commission on Audit is one of the 3 independent constitutional commissions provided by the 1987 Constitution. It is tasked to examine, audit, and settle all accounts and expenditures of the funds and properties of the Philippine government. The Commission, being part and parcel of the checks and balances mechanism of the Philippine government, its chairman must be a public officer who has unquestionable integrity and independent disposition. A public officer with competent experience of roughly 2 decades of public service. Chairman Liel Cordoba personifies the requirements of this commission. Furthermore, he is by all means adept in all the inner and outer workings of the government. He commenced his government tour of duty during the presidency of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Chief of Staff in the Office of Presidential Chief of Staff, then held by former Chief Justice Renato Corona in 2001 to 2002. He later served as Assistant Executive Secretary under Executive Secretary Alberto Romulo in 2002 to 2003, and later as Undersecretary to Executive Secretary Eduardo Emerita from 2004 to 2006, demonstrating an unswerving dedication in the service of President Arroyo. Chairman Liel was later appointed as the Appointment Secretary of President GMA herself from 2006 to 2007. Later, he became Board of Director in the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation in 2008 to 2009. And in late 2009, he was appointed as the head of the National Telecommunications Commission, to which he served for over 13 years until October 2022. Chairman Liel is known as the longest-serving NTC Commissioner, holding the same starting the presidency of President Gloria Arroyo, President Noynoy Aquino, President Duterte, and later under the presidency of President Bongbong Marcos. As NTC Commissioner, he led much of the reforms in the Commission. It was in his term which marked improvements in internet speeds, mobile and fixed, and the streamlining of permits for construction of telecommunication towers and fiber installations in the country. His stewardship also paved the way for leading the NTC in consistently exceeding its collection targets since 2010. Chairman Cordoba, known to be an independent-minded person, ensures that the institution he serves in duly fulfills the mandates required by law. A man who is an excellent choice to be at the helm of the Commission on Audit. On a personal level, this representation shares a deep and meaningful relationship with Chairman Liel, true friend through and through. Therefore, Madam Chair, to this august body, I strongly manifest my unwavering support for the confirmation of the interim appointment of Chairman Gamaliel Cordoba. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Majority Floor Leader, Representative Johnny Pimentel. We recognize the presence of our Senate President Mick Subiri. We recognize now our Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Representative Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a question, it is more of a suggestion. Because for the longest time, Madam, we've been recipients of reports of COA in almost agencies of government, and the COA is reporting several occurrences of anomalies, notices of disallowance, notices of charges, notices of suspension. As a matter of fact, we almost get bored about all these reports, Madam Chair, and we wonder how the COA will ultimately resolve all these negative reports with respect to the expenditures of our agencies. Of course, the ultimate function of the COA, Madam Chair, is to guard against what we call IU-EEU. These are the irregular, unauthorized, excessive, exorbitant, and unconscionable expenditures of public funds. So I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that please consider utilizing the pre-audit scheme, because for the longest time, the default system used by COA is the post-audit. Siguro po, Mr. Chair, kung consider natin yung pre-audit system under certain circumstances, anyway, this is also provided by the Constitution. I think you can read in the Constitution that when the agency, Madam Chair, is, the control audit of an agency is either weak or inadequate, the COA can always utilize special measures in the form of special audits. I remember, Mr. Chair, that you have an old circular concerning pre-audit. Hindi ko po alam bakit hindi nyo na ginagamit. I would suggest, Madam Chair, strongly that you start utilizing pre-audit, because I think in some special cases, it can be more useful than the post-audit. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Marcoleta. We now hear from Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I associate myself with the comments given by Congressman Villaferte. I also support fully the confirmation of Commissioner Chairman Cordoba. But to add to the comments given by Congressman Villaferte a while ago, COA reports should really be seen as a tool for good governance and not just a means or a weapon for harassment. So in terms of that tweaking, I think during your term, it can be done. It should be done. That positive COA audit reports should be coming out from your office as a tool for development, not just as a tool for harassment and proliferation of negativity, especially among local chief executives. So that's just a one-liner coming from a former local chief executive, being a local chief executive myself for several years. So I hope you will be successful in that. We wish you good luck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Tolentino. Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chair, all the issues have been raised, questions have been answered. I move to recommend to the plenary for the...
Madam Chair, excuse. I have a comment.
Recognize Representative Sagabaria.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. By the way, Secretary, I am in consonance with observation of our Majority Floor Leader, El Rey, especially the decisions of COA auditors that they vary from one person to the other. When I was the mayor, that was my experience. That was 6 years being a mayor, bombarded all the time by COA observations But at the end, it was all dismissed. Well, anyway, the way I looked at it, most of the time, if not all the time, your COA auditors are not lawyers. So they interpret the law differently from what is really meant, the essence of the law. So I would like to suggest, Mr. Secretary, that before they do any interpretation, they should consult the regional office, which you have a battery of lawyers to be able really to determine the essence of the law or the disallowance or the audit observations they do, because that is very important. It does a lot of pressure to all local government officials. Once they receive this, they believe before they're doing such a thing, they consult their in-house lawyers or city lawyers for that matter, in my case, and the interpretation is entirely different. So it's a conflict. Where does the mayor go or the governor go? Who am I going to follow? My lawyers in the city or COA? But these are all, they are interpreting the law now differently. So if we only have one interpretation, most probably the best is coming from the regional office, which you have a battery of lawyers. It will really make it easier for everyone. Easier for COA, easier for the local government unit. And in that case, Madam Chair, I would like also to express my full support of the nomination of our secretary, secretary of COA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Sagabaria. We
Sorry,
now
Chairman.
yeah.
Chairman, said Chairman.
We now recognize Representative Padiernos.
Chairman, not Secretary,
Yes, yes.
my seatmate. I would like to manifest my support to the confirmation of Honorable Gamaliel Cordova as Chair of Commission of COA. He was trusted by 4 presidents. May tiwala rin ako sa kanya. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I know that nahirapan na siya nung nakaraan. It's about time for him para makagraduate na maaga. Maraming salamat po. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, Congressman Padiernos, Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chair, would like to recognize Congressman Oka Malapitan. Last na lang po suggestion before I move. When a COA auditor raises or give positive comments, it's a sign that the COA auditor is doing his job. Ibig sabihin, natutulungan niya gumawa ng mabuti ang mga local government and agencies. So dapat tanggalin po natin ang isip sa COA na pag ang isang COA auditor ay magpuri o magbigay ng performance-based assessment na positive, hindi po siya nakikikunay. It's the fact that tumutulong siya at magaganda ang advice niya. So yan lang po gusto kong iparating sa inyo para magkaroon ng ibang pag-iisip naman under your leadership, Chairman. Madam Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordova as Chairman of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring on February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. I so move, Madam Chair.
I second the motion.
Second the motion.
Second.
Second.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordova as chairman of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring on February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. Is there any objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations, Chairperson Cordova. You may now be excused. Thank you. Okay. Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, duly seconded, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
morning. The first meeting of the Committee on Energy of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Secretary Villarica, the roll, please.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Energy, Vice Chairperson Senator Francis Cheese G. Escudero, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Members Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Risa Ontiveros, present. Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Aimee R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jurdine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present. Also, the chairman of the commission, Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, is present.
Person, including 2 members present online, a total of 17 members. Existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Online, we have, I'll no longer mention those online. Attorney Villarica already mentioned those present online. Okay. Esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Under consideration today in the Committee on Energy is the ad interim appointment of Rafael Perpetuo Mercado Lotilla as a Secretary of the Department of Energy, whose mandate pursuant to Republic Act 7638 or the Department of Energy Act of 1992 is to prepare, integrate, coordinate, supervise, control all plans, programs, projects, activities of the state relative to energy exploration, development, utilization, distribution, and conservation. The department requires a leader who can champion sustainable energy policies while steering the energy industry towards becoming energy resilient and independent in the face of both an energy crisis, a climate crisis, and a spate of oil price hikes. May we hear from the Commission Secretary Attorney Villarica the report on the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements of the ad interim appointment under consideration pursuant to the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees and other pertinent information relative to the appointee.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Rafael Perpetuo Mercado Lotilla as Secretary of the Department of Energy dated September 29, 2022 was received by the Commission on October 6, 2022 and was referred on the same date by the CA Chairperson Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri to the Committee on Energy for its appropriate action pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. The ad interim appointment under consideration was published on July 28 and 29, 2022 in 2 newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, respectively, and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees.
The appointee has complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements on October 20, 2022, as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. On November 24, 2022, your Secretariat received a sworn statement of opposition from Mr. Pete L. Ilagan, President of National Association of Electricity Consumers for Reforms Incorporated, or NASICOR, against the ad interim appointment of Secretary Lotilla. The members of the Commission, as well as the appointee under consideration, were electronically furnished copies of the said sworn opposition. The Commission Secretariat has duly notified the oppositor of today's committee hearing, and he has signified his intention to attend. That is all, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors.
May we ask the Commission Secretary to administer the oath? Before that, we would like to acknowledge the online presence of Senator Grace Poe. Hello, Senator Grace.
May we request Secretary Lotilla to please stand
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
So help you God.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you. Secretary Lotilla, good morning. Please take your designated seat. Before that, I believe that Congressman Greg Gasataya would like to raise an inquiry. Later, not now. Okay, thank you very much. Secretary Lotilla, you have the floor for your opening statement, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The distinguished chairman, officers, and members of the Commission on Appointments, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Today, I respectfully submit myself to the Commission on Appointments in the exercise of its constitutional power of concurrence in appointments made by the President to the Cabinet. The President of the Republic, His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., has tasked me to lead the energy portfolio. I have a clear view of my performance contract with the President, assist him toward ensuring security of energy supply, universal access to affordable energy, and manage the energy transition to a low-carbon future. All are in line with the mandate of the Department of Energy to ensure that energy is accessible, sufficient, stable, and secure while harnessing the private sector as the engine of the country's growth. The DOE's stewardship of the energy sector will only be meaningful if based on shared principles and close cooperation with consumers, with business, and all other stakeholders, and most especially the legislature. I've been a public servant in various roles, devoting a number of years to energy and energy-related sectors of the economy. Part of my professional life has also allowed me to appreciate energy from a private sector perspective. In my various interactions, no one has doubted the critical importance of energy in propelling the country's economy. Yet, not all of the elements of the energy challenges that we face are within our country's or our government's control. We have seen how the war in Ukraine and other events have held back the country's endeavors toward achieving its energy goals. Above all, the global climate crisis looms large, as the chair has adverted to. It requires adaptation measures to enhance the resiliency of the existing energy-related systems against natural disasters and extreme events. We need all our current energy supplies while keeping in mind a managed transition to a low-carbon future, and thus avoid inflicting environmental damage to ourselves. That transition will affect our fellow Filipinos in various ways. I am mindful that throughout these changes, the most vulnerable of the Filipino people must be protected to the fullest extent possible, especially from price volatilities and supply constraints, significantly influencing how they conduct their daily lives. But the good news is that the transition over time offers opportunities for better and more affordable energy technologies. Decisions must be science-based in diversifying our energy sources. Data and the ability to analyze them, the determination to translate the analysis into sound public policies are all required. Most important of all is that we have the leadership of the President to direct all these efforts into concrete benefits for the Filipino people. I am also eager to work with the President and the Congress to maximize the use of our indigenous energy resources. That is an imperative for energy security. The Philippines has tremendous potential for renewable energy, such as solar, wind, and ocean resources. We need to secure investments and access technologies to unleash that potential. Level playing field to which the President is committed is a prerequisite for attracting investments. External pressures in the short run will continue to bear on our country's situation. We know that sensible policies enforced rigorously in time will minimize, if not eliminate, the massive influence of these external factors on the country. In sum, I appeal for everyone's cooperation, support, and understanding as the country undergoes the energy transition. The transition also offers promising opportunities for all of us, particularly the energy marginalized. The way out of the country's energy predicaments is for every one of us to work together. I do not claim to have all the solutions for every challenge confronting the energy sector, but in support of the President's vision, I will do everything to harness talent and expertise to ensure that the promise of a secure, equitable, and sustainable energy future for our people is realized. I commit myself to pursue these goals if confirmed by the Commission. I do so with a prayer from King David for all of us who have shared at one time or another the responsibility of governance. And the prayer goes, when one rules over human beings in righteousness, when one rules in the fear of God, one is like the light at sunrise on a cloudless morning, like the brightness after rain brings the grass from the earth. Again, thank you for this opportunity, and I respectfully make myself available to the Commission and the committee.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Did you write your own opening statement?
Yes, I
Yes.
did, Madam Chair.
Because I know that you are a prolific writer as well,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
from your background information. Of course, that's not part of this committee meeting questions. But before that, we would like to acknowledge Senator Jinggoy Estrada, who is online. Oh, you're here. They said you're online. Okay, I saw you. Thank you. Senator Bongo, did I recognize you earlier? Yes. And is he here already? I'm not sure if he's here later. I would just like to mention the order of requests for inquiry. First, the Majority Leader, Kong El Rey Villafuerte. Then earlier I mentioned Kong Gasataya. Kong Pajernos will also ask questions. And Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Congresswoman Lani Revilla, Senator JV Ejercito Estrada, Senator Bongo, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Yes. And Congressman Rodante Marcoleta. Congressman I know Sagarabaria. Sagabaria.
Not Sagabal, huh? Sagagbaria.
No, it's a tongue twister also. I'm sorry. So
It's Basque.
Yes, yes, of course.
Filipino.
Okay, we proceed with the Majority Leader. Please, Kong El Rey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, can you give us a percentage of households in the country with access to electricity?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The percentage right now stands at around 96% of the households of the country. But that means that 1 million, around 1 million households still do not have access to electricity.
But out of the 96%, not everyone enjoys 24/7 power, correct?
That is true, Madam Chair. Especially right now when we are facing challenges in the fuel supply, especially in our off-grid areas.
Mr. Secretary, the EPIRA was passed 2001, 21 years ago. There's a provision there that would have enabled 100% access to electricity, which is the Qualified Third Party Program. Are you familiar with this program, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The QTP or the Qualified Third Party provision in EPIRA, however, requires the consent of the distribution utility. And but I know that also in the last previous Congresses, there have been other measures that have been introduced in order to allow greater access to these unserved and underserved areas.
Basically, the QTP was formulated to enable grid areas to have power. Is that correct?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
And just to refresh this body, 21 years after the EPIRA was passed, can you enlighten us how many projects or programs were approved under the QTP?
I don't have the exact number, Madam Chair, but then it is precisely because the pace of rolling out the QTPs has been slow, even from the standpoint of government and of Congress, that subsequent legislation was passed in order to hasten the pace of electrification.
If I'm not mistaken, only 11 projects or programs were approved under the QTP 21 years after the EPIRA was passed. Isn't that somewhat a failure or for the non-implementation of the law, which is noble to enable power to off-grid, Mr. Chair? What basically is the cause? Is it basically the DUs or the co-ops not agreeing with the QTP providers? Is that part of the problem?
Madam Chair, precisely that is one major obstacle, because it needs the consent of the distribution utility, which has the franchise in a particular area before a qualified third party can come in.
If you will recall the first SONA of our president, he mentioned that the EPIRA has to be amended. And are you considering that as one part of the amendment in the EPIRA to rationalize the QTP program and the requirement of the DU's consent to roll out power? Are you considering that?
Definitely, Madam Chair, we will. What is this? If Congress is minded to support that particular proposal, then we at the department are going to support it.
Right now, the DU's consent is required. So what proposal would you put in or enlighten Congress as part of the amendment?
Madam Chair, I did refer also to the Microgrid Systems Act, which was passed by the previous Congress. And so this particular act would actually hasten the rollout of services to unserved and underserved areas of the country.
Yeah, going to that, I was going to that. Republic Act 11646 is the Microgrid Systems Act, was passed, approved January 2022. Now it's now almost December.
Yes.
I would just like to know, one of the requirements for this to move forward is for the Department of Energy to declare unserved and underserved areas in the country. So my question is, from January to November today, meron na bang na-declare ang DOE as unserved and underserved areas in the country?
Madam Chair, I don't recall that there has already been a declaration, but there is the rollout or the implementation of the law is ongoing. And you will recall that Congress laid down what the standards are for declaring unserved and underserved areas.
Yeah. No, because we don't want the microgrid system which was passed by Congress, ako po isa sa author niya, to be again a failure, no?
Yeah.
The objective of this is really to provide power to off-grid areas, to provide 24/7 power, and eventually lower the cost. On record, Mr. Secretary, one of the requirements to declare an area a microgrid qualified area is for you to the DOE to declare underserved areas, no? But record, don't you think that the whole country is underserved?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, the definition of underserved would be those with less than 24-hour access to electricity
Exactly,
services.
Madam Chair. My point is, in my opinion, I'm not an expert, I'm not the secretary, but the whole country is underserved for the simple reason that ERC and NGCP has recently declared the country on yellow alert. Is that correct? We are on yellow alert?
Yesterday, Madam Chair, we were on yellow alert.
And some areas red alert?
A temporary red alert was also declared. But was eventually
When you declare a red or yellow alert, that means the whole country is underserved. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that may not fall within the classifications because the declaration of a red alert and yellow alert depends on whether or not the reserves are sufficient. So if the single biggest power plant in the country is offline, then or in Luzon grid, for example, then there is a yellow alert. If the frequency variations are not also met by the contingency reserves, there is a red alert. And so the different levels of alerts do not necessarily convert into what we call underserved areas.
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, basically, ilan ba ang requirement to power the country and how many are running? Because when you say reserve, Mr. Secretary, can you qualify ilan ba ang reserve natin? How many megawatts? Do we have actual reserve or are we just fulfilling the requirement of power in our country?
Madam Chair, the minimum requirements to meet the peak demand of the country are specified, and then we have the installed capacity. But not all of the installed capacity is available at one time or all the time, and therefore there are required reserves under the grid code that have to be met in order to provide for reliable supply. Now, one is for frequency regulation, and then the other is for, as I've said, is the equivalent of the single biggest in the subgrid. And then the third would be roughly the supply equivalent to the second biggest plant in the grid.
No, in layman's terms, Madam Chair, the public is listening. There are 6 big power plants that had unscheduled closures or shutdowns. Is that correct? I read in the papers.
Yes.
And there are power plants that are running under capacity. Is that correct?
That's right, Madam Chair.
So right now we are underserved.
As I've said, it may not translate into that definition of underserved, Madam Chair. But then I do acknowledge that means we are short of supply for that particular hour or hours.
When, Madam Chair, just to clarify, the definition is clear. No, when there's a shortness of supply, that means you're underserved. My point, Mr. Secretary, is we support you and we want you to succeed.
Yes.
We just don't want the Microgrid Systems Act to fail. If my humble request is for DOE to fast track the classifications of areas as underserved, it's not a negative thing. It's an opening for investors to come in and provide power. For example, in Camarines Sur, we are definitely underserved. The LGU wants to partner with private providers to ensure supply, Mr. Secretary. And I think Camarines Sur has a request that we'd be declared underserved, so we can already open up the process of opening up investors to serve our people with a reliable power supply 24/7. We cannot grow as a country if we don't have a efficient power supply. A lot of people, investors want to invest in outside of Metro Manila because of cheap labor. But once they find out that the power rate is higher, they just go to Vietnam and other areas. We don't want to miss that opportunity, Mr. Secretary. And I hope under your leadership, we can fast track the noble intention of the Microgrid Systems Act. And hopefully within the next 6 months, meron na po tayo yan. Because one efficient and fast grid system is the implementation of a solar mixed with battery genset to ensure power. And that can be done in less than 6 months. But we don't want the process to prolong. One of the principal authors of the Renewable Act is Senator Mig Zubiri. I would just like to ask you, since the implementation of that act, how would you classify the implementation? How would you rate from 1 to 10 the full implementation of the act?
It is difficult to say that it is on a scale of 1 to 10. The last time I was around 15 years ago, we had a higher rate of renewable energy in our system. But then the demands of our people, or the needs of our people for electricity, has also gone up. And so right now, I would say that it is on the whole a success, because we have 22% of the supply is from renewable energy sources. And these are mostly from new ones, variable renewable energy, and not just from the existing ones.
The reason why I'm raising this, Madam Chair, is we want you to succeed, Mr. Chair. If you will permit me to read, a report on the Renewable Energy Act. It says the actual implementation of the RE Act has been sluggish. The feed-in tariff was only implemented 4 years after the RA 9513's enactment and significantly lower than initially proposed. The permitting process attached to RE projects has also been a significant deterrent towards their uptake in the Philippines. In some cases, the permitting process alone can take up to 3 years. This is what I'm saying. The Microgrid Systems Act was enacted into law by January, and we don't want the same situation happening in the Microgrid Systems Act, the same fate as what happened in the Renewable Energy Act. The intentions are noble. If you compare the RE, renewable energy in our neighbors, sobrang layo na po na pag-iwanan. But, we have the same sun. You cannot say that they have more sunlight than us. What I'm saying is, I think our government processes are just slower. And under your leadership, we support you, Mr. Secretary. We support the intention of our President to lower power and make it more efficient. Hopefully, yung Microgrid Systems Act, please assign somebody fully in charge na talagang ma-implement po yun. Because, again, in our province and other provinces, we are raring to go and partner with private investors, the LGUs, so that we can implement the Microgrid Systems Act. One advantage of this, correct me if I'm wrong, is initial savings already. Because once you put up a microgrid, automatic savings of minimal 1 peso, di ba? Wala nang transmission cost. Is that correct?
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Then second savings is yung systems loss. Easily 10 to 15% of the rate will be saved on a microgrid system. So easily 2 to 4 pesos per kilowatt hour savings on a microgrid systems implementation. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
Generally, you are correct, Madam Chair, and I will fully agree with you, and we will make sure that the microgrid system law is going to be implemented as mandated by Congress.
And just to reiterate, please strongly consider yung mga underserved talaga.
Yeah.
And I feel, majority, if not the whole country is underserved, but you're the expert. But especially in the provinces where we want to promote industry, please fast track the certifications para maayos na po yan.
The message is very clear, Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you.
Then my next question would be, what is your stand on the monopoly of electric cooperatives being the DUs in areas? Because when this was done 50 years ago, the government really had to step in and fund. But right now, ano ba ang stand nyo? Are you in favor of monopolies still in the running of distribution utilities, particularly cooperatives in various provinces, districts in our country?
Madam Chair, the question is related as well to what has recently been clarified by the Office of the President in the veto of certain measures that would have that allowed an existing franchise to be challenged. I think the thrust of that is that those which offer competition even within an existing franchise area of a distribution utility are and would be allowed if Congress passes the appropriate law.
So in short, you're in favor of competition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Or you believe competition will help lower the power rates?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman.
Because currently, this has already passed a few franchises, particularly, for example, in Iloilo, the more power, which offered competition to the current holder. So, as a policy, you're in favor of that?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman, where the customers are given an option, then as Congress directs, then it is something that would be welcome.
Is that your personal view, or is that the thrust of the administration?
This is the official position that has been taken by the Office of the President, Mr. Chairman, and definitely from my standpoint, where competition can be enhanced, that would result in better services and translate into lower prices for our people.
We're very happy to hear that, Mr. Secretary, because what's happening, the policy statement of the DOE and possibly Linnea and our President is in favor of competition and possibly privatizing, corporatizing cooperatives. However, the moves of cooperatives, the managers, associations are running counter to it. For example, if you ask Congressman Biron, he was one of the authors of More Power franchise, yung mismo yung mga manager ng co-ops nag-rally using their power resources to counter the thrust of the government against competition because they feel that their turf will be affected. Even in Camarines Sur, we filed the BuCor Light Bill para magkaroon ng competition po doon sa Casureco 3, and yet they're using cooperative funds to radio ads, tarpaulins, rallies, countering the measure. So ano po ang stand nyo dyan? I mean, free speech is guaranteed, no? But if you use government funds to counter public interest, I think that is against the law, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I fully agree with you that we need to improve the distribution utilities, particularly the governance in the electric cooperatives. No one size fits all. I think we will have to distinguish between cooperatives that are well run and those which are not well run and address the problems accordingly. So we have a new National Electrification Administrator who has been appointed, and we can assure you that we will give him full support from the executive side, not only from the Department of Energy, but also from the economic managers who would like to ensure that there is better service and use of the funds at the distribution utility level.
Yeah, we fully support you and the new NEA manager. No, we know he's very competent. The new NEA administrator. However, speaking of cooperatives, we understand that there are good performing cooperatives. But let's say out of 100 cooperatives, you know, if you can give a ballpark figure, ilan ba ang ailing, debt-ridden? Di ba po? Kasi I know that majority of the cooperatives are ailing and debt-ridden as we speak, Mr. Secretary. Is that correct?
Well,
Before, excuse me, Secretary,
Yes.
before you answer, I would like to recognize the presence of my two vice chairpersons, Senator Francis Cheese Escudero and Congressman Abet Garcia. They're both present here today. Thank you. Please proceed, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that indeed we have problems right now. We have to revisit as well the classification by the National Electrification Administration, which electric cooperatives are good performers and which ones are ailing. So the criteria even that are to be used have to be revisited. Just as a broad indication of the problem that we have, in 2003, and by the time I left in 2007, we absorbed 18 billion of the debts of the electric cooperatives. But I come back 15 years later, and the electric cooperatives' debt is north of 26 billion pesos. So it is something that we do need, we recognize, and we do need to address.
Yes, we please help on this because your success is our success. Power really is a necessity, not only the supply but an efficient, reliable one, Mr. Secretary. And we hope under your leadership and under the NEA's new administrator na talagang ma-monitor nyo po ang performance, sinong debt-ridden, sinong well-performing na mga cooperatives po. You know, I ask these questions to help and make suggestions and for the public to know that, you know, the DOE is capable, very capable under you. I fully support you. We know your competence and integrity and fitness. I just had to ask these questions because for clarification, malaman and policy directions. Siguro I will yield to our other members, but Madam Chair and Secretary, we fully support your leadership, you, the NEA, and the whole DOA family, and we wish you all the best and for your success. Again, your success is the people's success. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much for that strong support for the country, Madam Chair.
May we recognize Congressman, Senator Cheese Escudero.
Yeah, I apologize I was there because Senator Escudero just arrived and he was going to make an intervention in the same issue that Congressman El Rey was discussing. So I know that there's a line of around 11 who will ask questions, or 12, but just one interjection of Senator Escudero with the permission of those who are lined up. Thank you.
On this point, Madam Chairman, Secretary, I heard your answers to the questions propounded by our majority leader, but just to clarify, in the case of Iloilo, More took over a private distribution utility. Congress chose between granting a franchise to More or the former private distribution utility and decided in favor of one. That was not against an electric cooperative.
Madam Chair, that is right, Mr. Senator. The first I think we are looking at the expiration of the franchise of Panay Electric. But the one that subsequently took place was where Moore was given an opportunity to serve or to offer competition in the franchise area of another cooperative.
That's where my question lies, Mr. Secretary, because there was no competition because Moore's franchise expired.
Yes.
So, hindi to competition between the former Panay Electric and Moore.
No. Yes.
Congress chose one over the other.
That's right, Ms.
So,
Senator.
just to clarify, so is it the policy of the executive department to encourage franchises to be granted more than one in an area? Because when we were taking it up, we were under the impression that we have to choose one over the other. And on the part of the Senate, if you remember, Converge, if you remember, since franchise bills are local bills, if it does not reach the Senate, we have no choice. We either vote for or against the bill sent to us by the House. So, just to clarify, does government, the executive department, encourage Congress to grant more than one franchise in an area?
Mr. Chairman, I
The
would,
spirit of competition, as you mentioned, the Congressman Majority Leader El Rey.
Madam Chair, I would not want to hazard an answer at this point on that, but I am referring to that other case where Congress granted a franchise to Moore to extend its services to an adjoining area. So it's not a takeover of an existing franchise of another DU, but it allowed to extend its services into another franchise area.
Secretary, Congressman Baron can confirm this. I don't think it's another area. It's the same area.
Madam Chair.
Please, Converge,
Yes,
refresh
thank
my
you,
memory.
Senator Cheese. The statement made by our good secretary is correct, Mr. Senator, because this is the new areas covered by a new franchise covers the towns of my district, 4th district, composed of 7 municipalities and the seat and the component city of Pasig. And the other area that was covered by a new franchise also covers the 2nd district of Iloilo. I think composed of 8 towns from Pavia to Santa Barbara to San Miguel, Leon. So I think it's around 8 towns of the 2nd district covered by Republic Act 11918. Thank you, Senator Cheese.
Panay Electric is no longer operating, right?
That's right, Mr. Senator. So Panay Electric's franchise expired, and a new franchise, as you said, was given by Congress to the same franchise area. But this one, the second case that we are talking about, is where Moore is given an authority to extend and offer its services to another franchise, adjoining franchise area, and that therefore gives a choice to the consumers in that adjoining area.
More as against who?
As against an existing electric cooperative that Congressman Biron referred
There's
to.
an existing electric cooperative there outside of Panay Electric?
Yes.
Yes, Senator Cheese. Eleco 2 and Eleco 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Congressman Biron, for refreshing my memory. In the case of Congressman El Rey, Majority Leader, that is clear. It's private and a cooperative, which is similar to what's happening in Iloilo right now. What about the case in Albay, wherein via a financial agreement, a private corporation, in a way, is running Aleco?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Senator, if you will recall, the choices are available in IPIRA to the members of the electric cooperative itself. They are our first line of defense they can choose to remain as an electric cooperative under NEA, or they can register as a stock corporation under the Cooperative Development Administration, or corporatize. So all these choices are available to our people in the DUs run by electric cooperatives. So when they decide go for a management contract or joint venture or whatever, the final decision really is with them.
And that is encouraged by the executive department for them to explore and exercise all of those options available to them.
Yes, as provided by law, Mr. Senator.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Congressman Beron, for the information.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. We proceed with Congressman El Rey Villafuerte.
Madam Chair, it is the duty of Congress to renew franchises. Maybe the Honorable Secretary can provide Congress or this body immediately. Ano na ba po ang mag-expire ng mga franchises na cooperative for our reference, no? Because it does not stop Congress from tackling a franchise, even if it has an effectivity of 3 to 5 years. No, we can discuss and tackle them at any time. So may we request the Honorable Secretary to the NEA Administrator, ano pa po ba ang mga may franchise under the NEA or cooperatives that are expiring soon? Can you give us a time frame po, Honorable Secretary, when you can give this list to this body?
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, Madam Chair, we can provide the list within this week. And I'm sure
Then next question, next suggestion, next thing that we would like to ask is when can you po give areas in the country that are underserved and unserved? So, as part of the implementation of the Microgrid Systems Act, I raised this earlier. We want to help you. We want you to succeed. Maybe you can also give a listing by end of the week or at a time that you think you can give for areas in our country that are unserved and underserved.
thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. We will do that soonest because we have asked for the submission by the parties concerned, including NEA and the electric cooperatives and distribution utilities. This is at first quarter of 2023 at the latest. So we will try to fast track that list as soon as we can.
Secretary, the request of Congressman Villafuerte is to give Congress, both houses, a list of the underserved and unserved areas. I know that there is an existing list, Mr. Secretary, so perhaps you could also submit it within this week or Monday of next week, and what you're referring to as the first quarter submission will be an update, because I know for a fact that we have a list, sir, of underserved and unserved areas. Simple lang po naman eh. Yung unserved, talagang walang kuryente. Yung underserved, the definition was mentioned earlier, for those 1 hour and more na nawawalan po ng kuryente. That is already on file in DOE. I see all the career people here outside earlier. I am sure it is available. Maybe what you meant by first quarter of 2023 was an update till the last quarter of 2022. We would be happy with a mid-year report up to the month that you have in DOE. But it would be helpful for us to help you, sir, if you can give us the underserved and the unserved areas. And just to clarify my understanding, underserved would mean losing your electricity supply for at least an hour or more, correct?
Yes.
How about if you lose it for 30 minutes? That is not considered underserved?
Madam Chair, if it is from the standpoint of making the power available, So if, of course, it remains for the consumers to choose whether it is they will use the power only for an hour or less, but it should be accessible to them.
Okay, yes. And
Yes. We will do that, Madam Chair. The latest listing will provide to the commission immediately.
yes, the latest available listing and the updated listing by first quarter of next year, which means end of December 2022. Is Majority Leader happy with that clarification?
Yes, Madam Chair. As
Thank
long as
you.
we get an initial list and validated, updated list by next year.
And the other list that you were requesting?
The
for
list of franchise holders.
franchise holders and its expiry dates, even if it will be in 3 years yet. Yes, so that it can be reviewed as early as now.
Thank
Yes.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done with my questioning. Maraming salamat.
We recognize, thank you, Majority Leader. We recognize Congressman Gasataya. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Mr. Secretary, mayong umaga. Just a follow-up question to the point raised by the Majority Leader. Madam Chair, I filed a bill in Congress. We had a hearing, I think a week and a half ago, providing incentives on the construction, development of RE storage facilities, Madam Chair. The department committed that they will provide the deposition paper as well as a forecast on areas for RE storage facility development, Madam Chair. So may we know from the good secretary if this request during that hearing is already ready, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I will make sure that that the report on that you requested will be given to the committee of the House immediately, Mr. Chairman.
And may I know the policy direction of the department with regards to this proposal in providing incentives for the construction of the storage, RE storage facilities? I am coming from the perspective, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, because we are now positioning Negros Occidental as the RE capital of the Philippines. No? So one challenge that we are now having is this storage facility. So may we know the policy direction as well as the views of the good secretary, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, as far as storage facilities or our storage systems are concerned, the department is fully cognizant of their importance, especially in order to maximize renewable energy in the country. And so we as right now, we are also reviewing the policies on the energy storage systems, just batteries, but storage and so on. And as for incentives, we will be supportive of it, but we are also cognizant that the matter of incentives is subject also to approval by not only by Congress, but also by the committee that you have created to oversee such incentives. So you have our full support, Madam Chair.
We know that the process in having these bills takes time. So at this point in time, is the Department of Energy considering having a collaboration with DOE in coming up with the development of these storage facilities, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, definitely, and that's why we are conducting the review. Because right now, the energy storage systems are charged twice. So once because they are classified as generation, and so they are charged when loading, and then when they contribute to the system, they are charged again. So we are looking into the possibility of reclassification of such in order to avoid double charging. Thank you.
Malaking bagay po ito, Madam Chair, because this will make REs more competitive with other sources of energy. So we are just respectfully requesting again the department to maybe fast track those we requested during the hearing so that the committee can already schedule the necessary legislative task, no, for the approval of the bill. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Congress Ataya. We have Kong Pajernos. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. During his State Visit of the Nation address, President Marcos Jr. mentioned that the use of renewable energy is at the top at his climate change agenda. Maaari po ba, Mr. Secretary, nating malaman sa ating nominee kung ano-anong particular na programa ang kanyang ilulunsad kaugnay sa pagpapalawig ng paggamit ng renewable energy sa ating bansa, Mr. Secretary? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Congressman, for the question. We have a number of policies that we have built upon, including the primarily, of course, the law that was passed by Congress in 2008, the Renewable Energy Act, and its continuing rollout. Among other things, therefore, what we have launched and are going to continue is the Green Energy Auction Program, which allows the renewable energy producers to avail of this auction process to consolidate their needs, the needs of the different distribution utilities. Second is the renewable portfolio standards, which we have increased already from 1% to 2.5% starting 2023. That is requiring the minimum that will be sourced by distribution utilities from renewable energy sources. Then we have also placed or classified as priority dispatch all renewable energy sources that are not mentioned in the renewable energy law, and therefore allowing them again a preferential treatment in terms of dispatch into the grid. And then we have recently also, as a consequence of the Department of Justice opinion on the opening up renewable energy to 100% foreign ownership, we have revised the implementing rules and regulations of the Renewable Energy Act to reflect that interpretation. So the last one is very important because definitely we need access to new technologies and to financing, which will be opened up. The other one is there are other programs as well. You may be familiar with the net metering program, and which allows connections to household solar panels, for example, and connecting with the grid. You have the Green Energy Option Program, and under facilitating this is also the law passed by Congress on an energy virtual one-stop shop, which imposes a deadline on the number of days that the agencies concerned must act in order to approve the permits, and if they fail to act, then they are deemed approved, and subjecting them as well to penalties. So there are a number of initiatives, including distributed energy systems, and we are looking also and encouraging smart grids. All of these need investments, and therefore that is important to make sure that there is a level playing field for investors, both domestic and foreign, to come in. So thank you for that question, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We support you sa mga programa po ng DOE para sa renewable energy. Malaking tulong po ito sa ating sa ating bansa at sa ating pong mamamayan. At I'm happy sa narinig ko po and that you got my support, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman.
Senator Antiveros will ask after her brief break. We proceed now with Congresswoman Revilla Lani.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Under Section 8 of RA 7638, creating the Department of Energy, no officer, external auditor, accountant, or legal counsel of any private company or enterprise primarily engaged in the energy industry shall be eligible for appointment as secretary within 2 years from his retirement, resignation, separation therefrom. At present, Mr. Secretary, you are an independent director at Appointee's Power Corporation and ACE annexer of Ayala Group, thereby raising possible conflict of interest on your appointment as DOE Secretary. As a lawyer, what can you say about this? Can these directorships be considered an employer-employee relation, which the DOE Charter prohibits for conflict of interest, sir?
Thank you very much, Madam Congresswoman, for the question. Madam Chair, this particular issue was addressed by the Department of Justice when it advised the President regarding this particular issue. And the finding of the Department of Justice is that the position of independent director, which is provided for in several subsequent laws passed by Congress, including the Corporation Code and other issuances by the SEC, does not include an independent director, which the DOJ clarified is a unique position that was created, and therefore they are expected, the independent directors are expected to be independent, even management and of the officers. So one of the disqualifications for independent directors is once they become officers of the corporation. So I yield to the opinion that was rendered by our Department of Justice. Thank you, Madam Congresswoman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for answering that. I am assured that your present position with the Appointee's Power Corporation and ACE annexer as an independent member will not be of conflict of any interest as if you and when you will be confirmed as DOE Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted, Madam Congresswoman, to clarify that I already ceased to be an independent director upon my nomination by the President. I have ceased to be an independent director even of all these energy-related.
So this means that you have given up that particular
That's
position.
right, Madam
Very
Chair,
good,
Madam
Mr.
Congresswoman.
Secretary. Another question is, this has something to do with Malampaya source of oil that we have, and I understand this particular source of natural gas is currently supplying 30% of Luzon's energy consumption, and this is expected to be depleted by year 2027, first quarter. In your previous position as DOE Secretary back 2005 to 2007, among your solutions to solve the oil crisis was to push for energy conservation measures. And this includes the 4-day government work week for government offices, and were instructed to shut down air conditioners for at least 3 hours during workdays. Is this still your opinion on this coming looming energy crisis that we normally experience, especially during summer months, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, Madam Congresswoman, thank you for that question because it raises an important point about the role of energy efficiency and conservation. Whether or not we will face a shortage, which the red alerts and the yellow alerts indicate, we do need to maximize the efficient use of all sources of energy, because that means that we would have put up less power plants in order to meet the needs, the energy needs of our people. So while the 4-day work week is something that we are constantly reviewing whether or not it will make a significant difference in the amount of power that is consumed by our people, nevertheless, the more important consideration is what are the steps that we will take as government and with private sector in order to be more efficient in our use of energy. So we will be working not only with government offices, but with industry and commercial establishments to bring down the level of use and to have a more judicious use of energy. So it includes, for example, lowering the temperature to an average of 24 degrees, because that translates to huge savings for the country as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one more question. When you were appointed as DOE Secretary during the administration of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, you were known to be a top Philippine government official who didn't get rich from his position. And I do believe that's one of the virtues that you have, Mr. Secretary. Now that you are renewing or returning as a DOE Secretary, 3 presidents after, would you be renewing your vow of poverty, Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Madam Congresswoman, for that question. Madam Chair, definitely I will live within my means. And after I left government, I had an opportunity to join a global environment facility funded program, the United Nations Development Program, and that allowed me to earn income tax free because it was under the United Nations system. The salary that I get from government is the one that I will intend to live by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, please.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po, Sec. Lotilia. Secretary, Madam Chair, these are policy questions that are very important to advocates of energy democracy. And the Secretary's answers, for the record, will guide many engagements moving forward. All the way up to reviewing, amending, or even repealing the EPIRA and replacing it with a new energy law. So my first topic, Secretary, Madam Chair, regarding membership in Appointees and Synergy, Inc. Mr. Secretary, can you confirm that your brother served as a director of a company involved in the transmission of power?
You're referring to one of my brothers. I think he's an independent director in the mother company but not in the company itself which runs the transmission. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, Madam Chair. And you also served at the same time as a director. You also served as a director of a power generation company. Is that correct?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary, Madam Chair. Sa opinion po ninyo, Mr. Secretary, sa tingin niyo po ba yung concurrent memberships sa boards ng isang generation as well as isang transmission company respectively, consistent po ba yon sa Section 45 ng EPIRA, which states that no stockholder or official of a generation company or distribution utility or other entity engaged in generating and supplying electricity within the fourth civil degree of consanguinity or affinity shall be allowed to hold any interest, directly or indirectly, in Transco or its concessionaire?
Madam Chair, if I understand it right, you're quoting a provision of EPIRA, and as far as I know, since in the case of my brother, he serves as an independent director, not of a transmission company, then there is the conflict of interest is not there. But I would like to study that particular issue more closely as you have indicated it.
Thank you, Secretary, Madam Chair. Pati po sa kabukasan na mas pag-aralan po ito moving forward.
Yeah.
Kasi the fact po na kailangan pa nating balikan ulit yung ganitong mga tanong, kailangan pang pag-aralan. Ibig sabihin, nagde-demand po sa atin ng higit na kalinawan and to be guided by such moving forward. Dahil yung pong issue iyon ng conflict of interest, kahit saan po sa gobyerno na nagtatrabaho tayo, it is so important. At kaya po naitatanong din po namin dito sa mga komite ng Commission on Appointments. And yung kumpanya mismo or mother company lamang niya, the principle remains the same. I would say for the record, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. So salamat. Moving now to electricity prices. Hinggil naman nga sa presyo ng kuryente sa bansa, the way I understand it, Secretary, Madam Chair, the simple explanation about our ever-expensive power costs in the country is that from generation, distribution, transmission, and supply, lahat ng pwedeng ipasa, ipapass on o ipapasan. May term pa nga na tinawag nilang pasaload sa Filipino consumers na lumulusot o nakakalusot sa ERC. In other words, ang pagpapasa o pass-on provision, ang ugat ng napakataas na presyo ng kuryente sa ating bansa. Gaya na lamang ngayon na biglang sumirit ang presyo ng maraming mga distribution utilities dahil may pass-on provision sila para sa tinatawag na fuel cost adjustment. Tulad ng mga planta ngayon na kinokontrata nila na gumagamit ng coal na tumaas ng almost 300 to 500% sa world market. So, Secretary, Madam Chair, my question is, under the EPIRA law, ini-ensure yung principle na least cost na dapat sana ay nagpababa ng presyo sa kuryente. How would you plan, Secretary, as a secretary, na hindi maabuso ng mga consumer and that the principle of least cost is always strictly applied?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Senator, the matter, of course, of rate setting lies primarily with our economic regulator, which is the Energy Regulatory Commission. But what I would like to emphasize are one, that as you noted, the increase in power prices is primarily driven by those which are non-renewable. And in the case of the renewables, the fuel prices uh, are not variable, and therefore we do encourage that more of the sourcing therefore will be from renewable energy sources in order to help soften the impact of the prices from fossil fuels. The second part of it, Madam Senator, is that unfortunately right now we need all the sources of power that we have, and in the course of transitioning to a low carbon future, we would need to make adjustments, and that's where the targets of government, including those for renewable energy of 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2040, are quite important in order to address these provisions. But then it is a matter also of addressing the entire power supply chain, from not only from generation, but also for transmission, because we need to bring the power supply to the markets or where they are needed. Then eventually address also the issues that you have raised regarding distribution utilities and electric operatives, because they are the ones delivering the power to the consumers.
Pero Secretary, Madam Chair, what do you understand by least cost?
Well, the principle of least cost is, of course, what is of the least, the impact on the consumers will be the least. That would be the choice. But here, Madam Senator, we have seen that at some point, for example, if we just follow the least cost principle, at the time that we use contracted, it all might have been lower than renewable energy. Because at a particular point earlier in the decade, the cost of putting up renewable energy plants was actually higher. But since then, technologies have changed and renewable energy has actually become less costly. So the Energy Regulatory Commission is constantly looking into the concept of the least cost, and we would like to be able to work with them so that the next update of the Philippine Energy Plan would have some indicators of what would be least cost or what would be even affordable. When we say affordable prices of energy power, what would they be? So these are things that we intend to address in the updating of the Philippine Energy Plan.
Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. Pero pointing out na baka may mga sitwasyon na mas mura di umano ang coal kesa sa renewable energy doesn't take anything away from the fact na prinsipyo ng EPIRA mismo, yung least cost. And alam naman po natin na kapag may competition of policies, perhaps contradictory or competing policies, nasa sa governance or yung governors, especially if they're acting in the spirit of King David, na bigyan ng preferential option, yung mas makakatulong talaga sa mga tao, lalo na yung mga mahihirap. So, and I'm glad to hear, Secretary, Madam Chair, na gaya ng sinabi ng Secretary, the ERC is looking further into this principle of least cost bilang input din sa susunod na update ng Philippine Energy Plan. But unfortunately, the ERC is not here and the Secretary is the one here. So I need to hear from the Secretary, paano ninyo po i-monitor yung compliance sa least cost? At least yung thoughts ninyo about it at this point in time.
Well, the competitive selection process is one such measure, Madam Chair. And definitely the other, as I've said, the other reforms like distributed energy systems and what is this, microgrid systems, are opportunity for us actually to make sure that access is at the least cost.
Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. I hope the Secretary can forgive me for pursuing this point. It's just that kasi kayo yung Energy Secretary, so syempre may expectation na masasagot nyo ng substantively yung tanong na ito. Dahil din po, ito yung isang pangako nga sa EPIRA na pinanghawakan at pinangahawakan ng mga tao na yung least cost principle nga. Yun yung interest ng mga tao sa anumang batas natin sa enerhiya na bukod sa ma-energize yung buong bansa na magmumura at hindi magmamahal tulad ngayon, magmumura ang presyo ng kuryente. Dako po ako dun sa isa pang bahagi nung unang tanong kong iyon kanina. Ano ba ang allowed talaga na pass-on o pagpapasa sa consumer? At ano naman po ang hindi dapat ipasa sa consumer tulad ng entertainment cost, public relation, advertisement, corporate social responsibility, corporate income tax, value-added tax, buwis mula sa nawala o hindi nagagamit na kuryente, VAT on system loss, at marami pang iba na wala naman direktang kinalaman sa pag-generate, distribute at pagtatransmit mula sa ating binabayarang kuryente.
Madam Chair, on that, there are detailed rules and regulations on what can be allowed by the Energy Regulatory Commission insofar as rate setting is concerned. Madam Senator, we can of course revisit and discuss based on the principles, and I am sure that the Energy Regulatory Commission will also be willing to engage in this. I try to draw the line between economic regulation and policy making because as contemplated in EPIRA, the ERC is independent of the Department of Energy. But what I would like to see is the same as what you have in mind, where there is a continuing dialogue between our rate regulators and our policymakers, including Congress. Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. Could I please hear that again? I think that was important. Sabi ni Secretary, he tried to draw the line between economic policy making and
economic regulation, Madam.
Economic regulation.
Yes.
Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. I hope po na dun sa revisiting na sinabi ni Sec na pwedeng gawin on ano ba talaga ang pwedeng i-pass on at ano yung hindi dapat i-pass on in this whole process of the continuing dialogue and yung I always like to hear kasi Secretary, Madam Chair, about drawing the line kasi yun din po yung inaasahan ng mga mamamayan sa atin lalo na kung 2 dekada na nilang hinihintay yung kompleto at mas murang kuryente. Drawing the line, so sabi ni Secretary, Madam Chair, drawing the line between economic policy making and economic regulation. Sometimes our kababayan really want us to draw the line on their behalf, lalo na kapag they feel that they need more championing by the respective government agencies. So minsan talaga nagbubuhos tayo sa economic policy making, syempre in the developmental function also of the departments, pero minsan nabibitin yung mga mamamayan natin sa regulation, and I would guess na itong usapin ng pass on at hindi dapat i-pass on ay one of the areas really where they would like to see more of that drawing of the line on their behalf. Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. Moving now to Malampaya. recent news has confirmed the recent takeover of Prime Infra from Udena. So nasundan nyo naman po siguro ang kwento tungkol sa kung paano napunta ang share ng pamahalaan sa Malampaya sa kumpanya ni Dennis Uy. Ito ay dahil pinayagan ng dating DOE Secretary na si Sec Cusi. Umabot nga po dito sa Senado ang kasong ito at ngayon ay may kaso ng naisampa sa mga kinauukulan sa tanggapan ng Ombudsman. Ngayon ay nagkaroon na naman ng palitan ng kamay sa Malampaya pero wala nang kinalaman ng pamahalaan dahil sa mas naunang pangyayari. So Secretary, I have three main concerns and this is my last topic for this morning. Three main concerns on the sale of shares in Malampaya. So una po, tama po ba na yung any private contractor must be financially and technically viable prior to award?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Alright, salamat Secretary, Madam Chair. Pangalawa, yung award ay dapat may prior approval of the President of the Philippines. Pero bago pa man isumite ito sa Presidente, there must be a There must be a complete documentation prior to the said approval of the President para ma-examine yung desisyon. Tama po ba ito?
That's right, Madam Chair. We are talking about here new service contracts, I think.
Secretary, Madam Chair, we are talking about the takeover, specifically the takeover of Prime Infra from Udena in Malampaya.
Then, Madam Chair, in the case of the presidential approval, in our discussions with the Department of Justice and the Solicitor General, when it is a Filipino company that becomes the service contractor or acquires an interest in a service contract, then it will not have to be the president who will approve it.
I see. Well, it's always nice to hear kapag may preferential option din tayo para sa mga Filipino companies. Pero gayon pa man, sa ganitong kalaking takeover, so kung hindi si Presidente ang kailangang may prior approval, sino ang dapat may prior approval?
Under Presidential Decree 87, a transfer like that would be sufficient if approved by the Department of Energy. And that's with me as Secretary, Madam Chair.
So, in this case po, yung takeover ng Prime Infra sa Udena, sa Malampaya, yun na po ang Secretary na po ang nag-certify na nagsiguro na may financial and technical viability yung private contractor prior to award.
That's right, Madam Chair.
See. And bagamat sabi ng DOJ at Solgen sa DOE, hindi kailangan si Presidente ang may prior approval, may oversight ba si Presidente dito or pwede ba nilang either aprubahan ito or ibig sabihin hanggang ano yung pinakamataas na level na dapat may prior approval?
The President, of course, has control over the departments and all offices. And therefore, the President at any time can re-examine or review the decisions made by the departments concerned. But in this case, has gone ahead, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. So now, yung sale po ba ng Malampaya fully compliant sa lahat nitong mga concerns at issues na napag-usapan so far? At least ayon sa prior approval na naibigay ng DOE.
That's right, Madam Chair. So financial, legal, and technical what is this? Compliance. Yeah.
Salamat, Secretary, Madam Chair. Pati sa pagbanggit sa legal, kasi naalala ko nung inimbestiga namin noon yung pag-acquire ng Udena sa Malampaya, shares ng gobyerno, na itanong nga yung tatlong grounds na yon. Una, legal, then financial and technical. So, pwede po bang makahingi yung aming komite ng kopya ng inyong review at saka documentation kaugnay nitong requirements sa ilalim ng PD 87?
Certainly, Madam Chair, Madam Senator will provide that.
Maraming salamat para doon, Madam Chair. And huling punto ko para sa umagang ito, pwede rin po bang humingi ng kopya ng sale or purchase agreement sa pagitan ng Shell Petroleum NV at saka Prime or MEXP?
I will provide the commission with the proper documentation. Yes.
And yung proper documentation po, kasama po ba doon yung copy ng sale or purchase agreement?
Let me just check, Madam Senator, if there are any, if it's the agreement between the parties themselves. Usually there are confidentiality provisions, but let me look into that. But as far as those which form the basis for the DA approval, then we can provide it to the Commission.
Salamat. Preliminarily para doon, Madam Chair, medyo allergic ang Congress ngayon sa salitang confidentiality, na deja vu sa non-disclosure agreements sa vaccines, and naitanong ko rin po kanina kay COA Chair. But that will do for now. Ifa-follow up ko na lang po siguro ang Secretary through the Chair, dahil sa tingin ko lang po, importante rin makuha namin dito sa CA yung kopya ng sale or purchase agreement mismo. So, maraming salamat, Secretary.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Just for the record, we still have Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Bongo, Congressman Dante Marcoleta, Representative Congressman Sagar Barria, Congressman Biron, Senator Escudero, who have reserved thus far. Yes, Senator Independence.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I forgot to
Questions?
just share. No longer any question. Just a short closing manifestation, if I may still.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and Secretary, more than 20 years ago, since 2001, we were promised cheaper electricity, sufficient and reliable power supply, and the addressing of the financial burden of the single most indebted government agency, which was NAPOCOR, in exchange for electricity reforms in the much heralded EPIRA law. More than 2 decades have passed. It's clear that such promise has failed our nation's expectation. Electricity prices have shot up even more than inflation. The cruel truth is, from the start, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act was never about bringing down electricity rates. It's about financialization, the sale of government assets to settle debts, including some onerous contracts, and unjust accumulation by new owners and the big powers upon privatization. As electricity governance by our government power agencies has been performed in its weakest form. The time is now not only to revisit and review EPIRA, but also to acknowledge the bitter lessons in order for us to move forward. And as we move forward, let us always remember the majority of our people, workers, peasants, and other working people, shouldering the past and present mistakes of EPIRA, while many of their children, especially in the far-flung areas, struggle to find light at night just for them to study. Women too are heavily burdened, both by lack of access and costly power, many even depriving themselves of modern and efficient electricity services to allocate their tight family budgets for food and other essential needs. What we need is energy democracy, and government power agencies must always perform at the highest level in order to protect the public interest and uplift the lives of all Filipinos. Salamat muli, Secretary, at maraming salamat muli, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros.
Madam Chair, since there are a lot of members who are still lined up, as you mentioned,
And for lack of material time, I move to suspend the deliberation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rafael Perpetuo Lutilla as Secretary of the Department of Energy. I so move, Madam Chair.
On motion of the Majority Leader, we suspend the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rafael Lutilla, Secretary, Department of Energy, to resume until further notice. So move. Session is suspended.
Committee will start in 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. The third meeting of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers of the Commission on Appointments, the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. I will request Madam Secretary to please call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers, Vice Chairperson Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. Members, Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Senator Christopher Bong Go, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Oscar Oca G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present.
With 11 members present in person, including the chair and 1 member present online, with a total of 12 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. We now proceed to 3 of the agenda. The Honorable Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on November 22, 2022 and consider the same as approved. So moved.
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. Good afternoon, members, esteemed members of the committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, your Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers is tasked to deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. May we now hear the Commission's Secretary's report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to the ad interim appointment under consideration in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the studying committees. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary, Department of Migrant Workers, dated September 29, 2022, was received by the Commission on October 6, 2022, and was referred by the CA Chairman Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri on the same date to the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers for its appropriate action pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. The ad interim appointment under consideration was published on September 7, 2022 in two newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. The appointee has complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements on October 19, 2022 as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. On September 19, 2022, your Secretariat received a sworn statement of opposition from Mr. Ferdinand de los Reyes against the ad interim appointment of Secretary Ople. Thereafter, two supplemental sworn statements of opposition from the same oppositor were likewise received by your Secretariat on September 29 and October 17, 2022. The appointee has not submitted a reply to the opposition filed against her by Mr. De Los Reyes. Your Commission Secretariat likewise received on various dates manifestations of support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Ople from the different groups and organizations. Said endorsements, 26 in total, were made part of the records and the proceedings of this committee. Copies of the above-mentioned communications were furnished electronically to the members of this committee and to the appointee under consideration. The Commission Secretariat has duly notified the oppositor, Mr. De Los Reyes, of today's committee meeting, and he has signified his intention to attend. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Before we acknowledge the floor leader, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of our Committee Vice Chair, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, and Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that the deliberation of the sworn opposition filed against the ad interim appointment of Secretary Ople be dispensed with, since the oppositor's sworn opposition has been made part of the records and the proceedings of this committee. The oppositor's sworn statements have been given due consideration and may be disposed of without the need for the oral testimony of the oppositor. On that note, Mr. Chair, I move that the consideration on the sworn oppositor be terminated. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second the motion.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. We now proceed to part 7 of the agenda, deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Maria Susana Ople. May we request our Secretary to please administer the oath to Secretary Ople.
Secretary Ople, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you
Yes,
God.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. May we now request our the Secretary of the Migrant Workers to please sit in front. The committee will now deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Maria Susana Vasquez Ople, Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. And may we now give the time to our Secretary if you have any opening statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. I am deeply honored, humbled, and grateful beyond words to be sitting in this chair, Mr. Chairman, and Your Honors, as an ad interim appointee of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. What would your kind approval of my ad interim appointment mean to me, for OFWs, and the DMW? If with your blessing, I am confirmed today, this would mean strength and stability for our new department in serving our OFWs in a world of volatility, uncertainty, and complexity. It would also mean a solid standing for yours truly as their designated guardian and protector in host countries, and an affirmation of the rights-based approach to overseas employment, a policy track that has the full understanding and approval of our President. Before my appointment as ad interim Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers, I have worked alongside the esteemed members of Congress and the Senate as a resource person on agenda items that affect our OFWs. I personally witnessed and expressed my gratitude to our legislators for consistently championing the rights and welfare of our modern-day heroes, to include the amendment of the Migrant Workers Act, to include as an illegal recruitment violation the reprocessing of overseas labor contracts, which was a result of a specific case handled by my NGO, the Blas F. Ople Policy Center, involving 153 bus drivers who were illegally recruited and suffered greatly in Dubai. We also witnessed the huge relief on the part not only of our OFWs but all Filipino travelers when both chambers of Congress amended the Passport Act, making our Philippine passport valid for 10 years instead of 5. In public hearings that have to do with the human trafficking of our OFWs, then and now, I have always been a constant presence. And even when some NGOs and private sector groups question the wisdom of having a new department for migrant workers, the Blas F. Ople Policy Center, an NGO named after my father, that I have humbly led for 17 years, stood its ground because we knew the clamor was real and the needs of our OFWs were urgent. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, when my father, the late and former DFA Secretary and Senate President, Blas Ople, died in December 14, 2003, I pledged to dedicate my life helping our migrant workers. Yan na po ang panata ng buhay ko. It was and continues to be my way of honoring him, of keeping him close to me, and remembering the legacy that he worked hard for. Para sa akin po bilang kanyang bunso, sa bawat OFW na aming natutulungan, katumbas puno ng isang bulaklak na tinatanim sa hardin ng kanyang alaala. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, with your blessing and approval, I would be able to proceed next week to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, visit our embassy shelters, discuss the pending claims of around 10,000 displaced workers, which no less than the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia promised to resolve in his bilateral talks with our President in Bangkok, Thailand, and to look at potential job opportunities with greater safeguards against abuse and exploitation. I will do so with a lighter heart and a firm resolve to do what's right, to do what's best, because your vote today would be an affirmation that our OFWs deserve the best home in government that we together can build. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, with your blessing and approval, the DMW together with the DOH can finalize the details for a scholarship fund to balance our need for health workers here at home with the global demand, specifically for our excellent Filipino health workers across the globe. We shall also be launching the digital OEC within the month of December, which has been decreed by law as the month of OFWs. In January, when the DMW has been fully constituted, this digital app will feature more services, including links to credible payment service providers, thus making it easier for our workers to transact with our migrant workers' offices and OWA, as well as other relevant agencies. And on reintegration, Mr. Chairman and our dear CA members, the DMW has entered into talks with Go Negosyo, the DICT, TESDA, and other institutions to help returning OFWs find their economic niche. Mr. Chairman, honorable CA members, when I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer 2 years ago, it was a period of soul-searching, of personal change and spiritual reflection. It was Father Jerry Orbos, SBD, a fellow cancer mate, who reminded me of BTS. BTS stands for Believe, Trust, Surrender. Every morning for me is a gift, not to be wasted. I believe and trust in the CA's collective wisdom and surrender my faith to you and to the Lord Almighty. More than anyone else in this room, He knows me and claims me as His. May God bless us all. Thank you po, distinguished Chair, Your Honors.
Thank you for that commitment, Madam Secretary. The Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Jinggoy Ercito Estrada, Representative Oscar Oca Malapitan. To ask the first questions, may we request our Majority Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's like to manifest that there is no better person to lead this newly created agency but the Honorable Secretary. I would just like to share to our colleagues and the public listening that even before she was appointed as Secretary, her life dedication to our migrant workers is present and can be felt. Ako po mismo ang magsasabi, 3-4 years ago, meron po akong constituent na nangangailangan ng tulong sa abroad. Napakarami, Hong Kong, Riyadh, iba't ibang bansa. Ang tinatawagan ko po, hinihingian ko po ng tulong para matulungan ang mga kababayan ko na nangangailangan. Hindi po ang Secretary ng Labor. Ang hinihingian ko ng tulong si Secretary Toots Ople. And I am proud to say that na-action na natutulungan. Most recently po, 2 days ago, meron po akong kababayan from Camarines Sur. Yung asawa niya po ay namatay sa Taiwan, November 1. Kulang-kulang 1 buwan na po, hindi nakakauwi. Tinext ako ng asawa. Sabi ko, tatawagan ko po si Secretary Toots Ople. Wala pang 5 minutes, nag-action na, tumawag na po sa akin ang asawa, tumawag na rin po ang Department of Migrant Workers, makakauwi na po ang sa kanyang asawa, at constantly nag-update ko ano ang nangyari. Sinasabi ko po to dahil ito po totoong nangyari. And I am very confident that the legacy, commitment of Cablas, who also worked kasama po ng aking ama yan sa Marcos Cabinet. My father was Secretary of Trade at si Cablas po ay nasa kabinete. I'm sure the legacy that your father Cablas instilled upon you, you will continue. That is all, Mr. Chair. At gusto ko lang pong express ang aking 1,001 support for Secretary Toots Ople. I've known her for over 10 years, and her heart and dedication for our countrymen, especially our migrant workers, is in her blood, in her heart, in her soul. So yan lang po. Maraming salamat. You have my full confidence and vote, Secretary Toots.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Majority Leader. The Honorable GP Pajernos is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary. May we know from the nominee what are the common challenges of FW abroad and what are the specific plans of the nominee to help our kababayan?
Before the good secretary will answer, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Representative Lani Mercado Revilla. Madam Secretary, please answer.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po sa tanong, Mr. Chair. With your permission, napakarami pong challenges sa ngayon. Alam naman po natin, mayroong looming global recession. Nararamdaman na rin po natin yan dito. Yung tuloy po ng mga welfare cases dahil sa pang-aabuso, marahil dahil na rin po sa sistema kung saan hindi masyadong naski-screen yung kalidad ng mga foreign employers, sir. Yun po yung gusto namin i-address sa ating bagong department. Yung epekto po ng climate change na nagtutulak sa napakaraming Pilipino na i-consider magtrabaho sa abroad, and yung kakulangan din po ng disenteng trabaho dito sa ating sariling bansa na nagiging source po ng attraction na maski illegal recruiters pinapatulan po ng iba nating mga kababayan. Sa amin po sa department, napakahalaga po na ayusin namin yung struktura ng DMW para makarespond sa mga ganyang uri ng problema. Nagpapasalamat po kami dahil for the first time po magkakaroon ng budget ang aming department. Hopefully by January po, again with the blessings and support po of the members of Congress and the Senate. And yung po namang feminization of labor migration, tinitingnan din po namin through reintegration programs po para makat yung cycle na yung nanay umaalis bilang kasambahay, susundan ng ate, aalis din bilang kasambahay, tapos yung apo, aalis din. Ang gusto po namin, magkaroon ng financial literacy at reintegration programs para po yung aalis bilang OFW, pagbalik po ay success story pa rin at yung kanilang pamilya ay tunay na may aahon nila mula sa kahirapan, sir. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, so napakagaling talaga ng ating Madam Secretary, and I do believe na kayang-kaya mo yan with your advocacy na nasa magandang kalagayan po ang ating kababayan under your leadership as Secretary. So with that, Mr. Chair, you got my full support, Secretary Ople. Salamat po.
Salamat din po, sir.
Thank you. We now acknowledge give his support also Senator JV, then after that Senator Jinggoy, then Congressman Zagarbaria and Senator Bongo. Senator JV, you now have the floor. Or you want to yield?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very short manifestation. Of course, we support, as I agree with the majority leader that no other person is perfect for the job of being the first Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers than Secretary Susan Dutz Ople. No? Pag sinabing Ople, alam na natin yan, labor. But she has made a no for herself, taking care and watching over our OFWs, no, through the years. And I had the honor, I would say, I had the honor of defending the very first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, and I wouldn't have been more prouder, no, than to have Secretary Toots, no, to be at the helm of this department. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Chair would like to acknowledge Senator Jinggoy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, back to back. And I would like to associate myself with these statements made by Congressman El Rey. And I was so elated and happy when the President appointed her to head the Department of Migrant Workers, because I feel that she was the perfect choice to lead the department. And I've known the nominee several years back when I was, during my first and second term as a senator, being the chairman of the Committee on Labor, and I've worked closely with her, and she gave a lot of inputs. That's why we crafted a lot of bills with regard to by our Labor Committee. So with that, Mr. Chair, if there are no other members of the commission to ask questions, I move that we recommend her to the plenary right away, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We finish first Congressman Zagarbaria, then Senator Bongo, and Congressman Marcoleta. Congressman Zagarbaria.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, this is just a reminder on your commitment when we talked the other day about the your certificate of employment that our migrant workers are having problems with, and you promised that you are going to handle this, especially giving it to them in an electronic basis, in an electronic form, so it will be much faster, easier, and cheaper. So you will stand, I hope you will stand to your commitment. And at this point, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest my full support for the nomination of the ad interim appointment of Madam Ople. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Zagarbaria. Senator Bongo.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
At di ko na kailangan magpagitna sa dalawang Senator Estrada. Sabi ko, at saka hindi ko na kailangan sa gitna ninyo umupo. Masaya ako na labing na kayong dalawa. Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues and everyone here today would like to manifest my utmost support for the interim appointment of Secretary Maria Susana Tuts Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. This agency is very close to my heart since isa po ako sa mga authors ng bill for its establishment in the past Congress. We heard the call of our OFWs and we answered. Mr. Chair, Secretary Ople is from the land of the heroes, probinsya po ng mga Makata, ang probinsya po ng Bulacan. She's the youngest daughter of the late Senate President Blas Ople, who also proved his undying love for the country by serving in several significant positions in the legislative and executive branches of the government. Kaya naman po, hindi nakakapagtaka that Secretary Ople chose to serve the people and follow the footsteps of her late father. During the term of former President Duterte, one of the priorities of his administration to strengthen the rights and privileges ng ating mga OFWs at ng kanilang pamilya. Ang DMW na po ang pangarap natin noon, na isa katuparan na po ito ngayon. No less than a staunch advocate for migrant workers at its helm. Nito lamang pong nakarang linggo ay bumalik po tayo sa kauna-unahang OFW Hospital sa San Fernando, Pampanga. Isa po ito sa matagal na nating pangarap para sa ating mga OFW, kanilang mga pamilya, na isa katuparan rin po natin. Sunal ko rin po pinuntahan upang buksan ang kanilang malasakit center doon po mismo sa OFW Hospital para tumugon po sa mga medical needs ng mga pamilya ng ating mga OFWs. Ang Department of Migrant Workers at OFW Hospitals ay parehas pong katibayan that when the legislative and executive branches of government work together, there really is nothing that cannot be done. I am confident that with her passion and qualifications, and as a known fervent advocate of our overseas Filipino workers, Secretary Ople will do an exemplary job bilang ina ng ating mga migrant workers. Secretary Ople, alam ko po na nakikita ninyo kung gaano kalaki ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan na nagsasakripisyo sa ibang bansa just to provide for their families. Napakahirap pong mapalayo sa pamilya, ngunit pinili nilang magtrabaho doon. Alagaan po natin sila. Huwag po natin sayangin ang sakripisyo nila at patunayan din po natin kung gaano kahalaga sa atin na tinatawag natin silang mga modern day heroes. At tulungan po natin, lalong-lalo na po, yung mga nananawagan sa radyo noon, sa telebisyon, sa Facebook, na kailangan ng tulong. I'm sure kasama yung mga staff mo, mga USEX, andyan po, very competent naman po silang lahat. Napakagaling, napaka-experience. Ikasuhin talaga natin, bigyan natin sila ng importansya, ang ating mga modern day heroes po. Madam Secretary, siguraduhin po natin na mabilis at epektibo ang pag-aksyon ng ating gobyerno, particular na po inyong opisina, sa kanilang mga daing at hindi masayang ang kanilang mga sakripisyo. The Filipino people deserve only the best. Secretary Ople, support po ako para sa inyo. Makakaasa po ako at unahin po natin yung kapakanan ng mga mahirap, walang matakbuhan, yung mga helpless at yung mga hopeless. Salamat po sa inyong serbisyo, Secretary Ople.
Thank you, Senator
Salamat
Pong.
din po, sir.
We would like to acknowledge Congressman Dante Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. May I ask a few friendly questions as my friend Jingo Estrada is looking at me, trying to insinuate that I should limit my questions.
I hope it's friendly, Mr. Congressman.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make up record that I also in full support of Secretary Ople's appointment as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. And I am very glad that with the testimony of our Majority Leader, Secretary Ople, at some point in his request for assistance, the Secretary was able to help in so many ways. And I congratulate you for that, Madam Secretary. But we know that I think the total OFWs, now Filipino OFWs now scattered around the globe is more or less 10 million OFWs, if I'm correct, Madam Secretary?
Around 10.5 million po, sir.
Yes, and maybe outside the United States, most of them are in Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken, Madam.
Yes, sir. That's the top and biggest labor destination, sir.
I am informed that the most common problem in Saudi Arabia, insofar as our OFWs are concerned, they have a local term. They call it urub. Urub is absconding from a contract. Ito po yata yung pinakamarami doon, Madam. And more often than not, ito po yung talagang pinagkakaabalahan ng ating pamahalaan kung paano sila matutulungan sapagkat madali po kasing mag-abscond, lalong-lalo kung hindi sila nagkasundo, nag-away halimbawa. Kasi po, halimbawa po yung term na warat. Sa kanila po yung warat ay isang kanin na parang panis kung sa atin. Halimbawa, alam mo naman si Senador Jinggoy, maselan po yan. Pag nakita niya yung kanin, aamuyin niya yan eh. Nakikita pag kumakain kami, lalo nangangampanya kami, masyadong maselan yan eh. Pag naamoy po niya na masim-masim, sabi niya, warat. Sa Saudi po, Madam, kaya po pala umaasim yung kanin. Ibinabalot pala nila sa dahon ng ubas, pero hindi talaga panis yun, kaya lang umaasim. Sa Saudi po, yun ang pinakamasarap. Pero pag naibigay po sa ating OFWs, siyempre nagsisintimiento po yung mga Pilipino, mga kababayan natin kasi nagsusumbong sila ngayon sa polo, sa labat. Pinakakain po sa amin, panis. Aalis po ngayon siya, magkakaroon ng... So kailangan po ninyo na mapag-aralan lahat po ang mga pinanggagalingan ng lahat ng ganitong pinag-uugatan, lahat ng problema. Napakalaki po ng responsibilidad na to, Madam, kaya kami po ay nagtitiwala na kahit na mabigat at malaki ang responsibilidad ay kakayanin po ninyo. Meron pa silang isang local language, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Wasta, sabi po nila. Yung wasta, sa atin pong pagkakaunawa, wasta, kabaligtaran po ng tawas, is a connection that might help in your work. Kailangan makapag-establish kayo ng connection. Siguro po, gaya ng binabanggit ni Kong El Rey, dahil nga nakatulong na rin po siguro yung legacy na iniwan ng inyong ama sapagkat matagal siyang nagsilbi sa ating pamahalaan. Nakilala rin kayo in some respects. Siguro po ay you take advantage of this and secure more of anything that would help you help our OFWs in foreign lands. Kasi yun po talaga ang kailangan nila because they're too far away from our government and sometimes time is of the essence para lang maibsan yung kanilang pangangailangan. Gusto ko pong magtanong, Madam Secretary, doon po sa OWA Fund. Tama po ba na ang inyong OWA Fund ngayon ay about 18 billion pesos?
Tama po yun, sir.
At ito po ay nakalagak yata sa tatlong bangko ng ating bansa, PNB, DBP at saka yung Land Bank na tig 6 billion pesos bawat isa.
Sir, I would have to check dun sa tatlong bangko and yung current amounts, current levels po, sir.
Opo, yung iba pong pinanggagaling o pinagkakagastan yata rito yung programs and services to OFWs. Ang isa po ay welfare at saka po yung membership promotion. Tama po ba ito, Madam Secretary?
Yes, sir. Kasama na po dyan yung burial assistance, yung scholarship funds po ng OWA, yung emergency repatriation assistance at marami pa pong mga programa para sa ating OFWs. Sir, sa land bank po at saka sa DBP po nahati yung OWA fund. So tag 9 billion po currently sa dalawang bangko, sir.
Sa pondo po bang ito ay pwede pang tulungan natin yung mga kababayan natin na natulungan nyo na dati, nakauwi na po sa ating bansa, nabigyan po sila ng kaukulang financial assistance, ngunit hanggang sa ngayon po ay parang nahihirapan pa rin at nangangailangan pa rin sila ng konting tulong. Pwede pa rin ba silang matulungan? Kasi po ito ay pinatatanong lang sa akin.
Yes, sir. In fact, nagde-develop po kami ng mga programa para sa mga ex-OFWs, para po sa reintegration nila. And alam niyo naman po na sa tulong din po ng Kongreso, may dagdag na pondo po yung OWA para makatulong din po sa ating mga OFWs maski hindi po miyembro ng OWA.
Matutuwa po yung isang kababayan nating nag-text po sa akin ngayon at pwede ko bang ibigay ang pangalan niya at saka numero niya sa iyo pagkatapos ng ating hearing, Madam Secretary, para malaman lang po ng opisina ninyo kung ano po yung kanyang gusto pang hilingin na tulong mula sa inyo.
Yes, sir. Pwede po at malugod po namin siyang kakausapin kung may mga dagdag po na proposals. Nandito lang po kami para makinig po.
Yung pinaka-problema po kasi ng pinanggagalingan pa ng ating mga OFWs, Madam Secretary, ito po yung, hindi ko po alam kung paano ninyo pagsisikapang ayusin. Yun po kasing ugnayan ng local recruitment agency sa ating bansa. Meron po siyang kausap na foreign recruitment agency. Pag nagkaroon po ng problema, ay hindi nakakatulong yung foreign recruitment agency at kung minsan yun namang local din natin ay halos hirap din, pwede kayang magawan natin ang paraan, Madam Secretary, na yung pananagutan ng local recruitment agency at saka yung foreign agency, total, they're partners in recruiting people from our country to be placed in other parts of the world, maging joint and solidary para sa ganon, it might provide an added protection to our OFWs.
Yes, sir. Existing na po yung policy na yan. Ang nais po namin i-address sa Department of Migrant Workers, yun din pong pananagutan ng foreign recruitment agencies at foreign employers. Kaya po, next year, meron na po kaming action fund. Pwede na po namin ikuha ng abogado yung ating mga manggagawa po sa abroad para po yung kasi madalas naman po yung nananakit, yung nanggagahasa, yung nang aape, yun po yung mga foreign employers, yung mga hindi rin tumutulong, hindi kaagad na nakikipag-ugnayan kahit sa kanilang local agency, yung mga foreign recruitment agencies po. So ang gusto po namin, hindi lang po approve ng approve, kundi tingnan din yung kalidad ng foreign employers po at ng foreign recruitment agencies at pati na rin po yung mga recruitment agencies po natin dito kasi may mga foreign-owned din po, may mga tie-ups din po at yun po yung nakakasama sa welfare po ng ating mga OFWs, sir.
Wala po pala tayong opisina ng Polo o OWA sa Thailand, Cambodia, tsaka sa New Zealand. Tama po ba ito, Madam Secretary?
magkakaroon na po tayo sa Bangkok, Thailand by first quarter of next year po. Sa New Zealand, I think meron, no? Huh? Meron po tayo sa New Zealand. Sa Cambodia po, medyo maliit pa po yung numero ng ating mga OFWs. Unlike po sa Thailand na nasa 30,000 na po. Usually, mostly po mga teachers ang nasa Thailand, sir.
I was informed also, Madam Secretary, that there is a little bit difficulty on the part of your department to deploy as many or as much employees to help you, because sometimes it's a country per country situation. Like in Saudi Arabia, you're only allowed to deploy or man people in your office there based on reciprocity, meaning to say, if the Philippines only allotted 10 people to the Saudi embassy, the same arrangement is also allotted to you, meaning to say you will only have also 10 people, and therefore you are limited to the kind and number of people that you will deploy. Is this correct, Madam Secretary?
Yes, sir. That is covered by the Vienna Convention, sir.
Yeah.
And that's why it's very important that the DMW and the DFA, and we have started to do this po, that both departments will have to sit down. And because the law creating the DMW has mandated our department to handle ATN cases, so we need po to discuss the transition period and also the structure of our migrant workers offices in various posts po. And the DFA has expressed willingness to discuss this with us, sir. We also need to restructure our migrant workers offices, now known as POLO, because we would need to have at least 3 assistant labor attaches to mirror the structure of the department. So 1 for welfare, 1 for policy, and 1 for adjudication or resolving or addressing labor disputes, sir.
In the transition, Madam, the office in the DFA, which is known as the Office of the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, will now be relegated to your office. Is that correct?
Right now, sir, UMWA continues to exist. I think we have initiated talks with them on the transition period because, as you know, the retainers for the law firms are still with the DFA, sir. Also, our own personnel would have to be trained on the intricacies of ATN work. But this will be happening next year, sir, and we agreed on a mirroring arrangement wherein even the contacts of our ATN officers overseas in various embassies will be shared with our POLO or MWO offices po worldwide.
Madam Secretary, last question. Alam mo ba yung salamat sa Arab?
Shukran, sir. And minsan po dinadagdagan din ng salam as a gesture or as a message of peace po, sir. So, shukran po, sir.
Shukran, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta. To ask the last question, the Honorable Beron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wish to put on record my full support to the confirmation of Secretary Susan Ople. I know this lady for almost 2 decades, and I have no doubt on the competence and integrity of the nominee. But a very specific question, Mr. Chair. I had a recent visit in Korea, and I learned from the ambassador of the Philippines to Korea the predicament of some of our women workers there. Specific question, Madam Secretary. When a when a migrant worker is deployed for a specific employment in Korea, and during the course of their employment, they get married to a local guy. So by virtue of the immigration law of the host country, they become permanent residents by virtue of their marriage to the local Korean guy. Does this change the status of the migrant worker insofar as your department is concerned by the law creating your department?
Yes, sir. I think, sir, for Korea, it's really government to government deployment of our workers. So, if the worker is married and then his status as a citizen changes, then he or she will now be covered by the DFA as either as a permanent resident or as a foreign spouse. But if the work contract is a continuing one under the government to government arrangement, then the DMW is still there, sir, to protect her rights and to make sure that the terms and conditions of the contract would still be affirmed and upheld, sir.
So, meaning to say, if the worker, despite her marriage to a local guy, continues to fulfill his contract, he is still covered, protected by government. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, because you are talking about two different dimensions to her identity as a Filipino worker and then her identity as a spouse.
Okay.
If she continues with her contract as signed and approved by the Philippine government and the South Korean government, then we still have an obligation, sir, just to make sure that those terms and conditions continue to be applied in her behalf, sir. I mean, we are looking at the employment aspect, but on the other legal dimensions po, sir, the DFA is there for her as a dual citizen especially, sir.
All right. So we would assume a dual citizenship as far as their foreign employment and her marriage to the local guy. But I think, Madam Secretary, the problem is more on when this female migrant worker terminates her employment contract with her employer, then now becomes part of the system by virtue of their marriage, they terminated or they allow the contract to expire, and then they get employment, a new employment into the Korean system. So they're no longer covered because this is a fresh employment by virtue of her being a resident of Korea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. But sir, the third pillar of our foreign policy is assistance to nationals. And so she would still enjoy the mantle of protection from the Philippine government, sir. And but as you've said, and correctly so, her contract will now be that of a depending on her citizenship, sir. If she acquires the citizenship of the husband, then that would be the prevailing one, sir.
Yes, I'm going to that next question, Madam Secretary, because this is where the problem is right now. They get married, they don't become necessarily a Korean citizen. They assume the permanent resident status, but for some reason, a good number of Filipinas get divorced. So, may divorce sa Korea and it's easy to get divorced. So the problem of our embassy is how to provide employment opportunities to these female divorcees natin. O, yun naging problema. They came as migrant workers. They finish the term of their employment. They get into the system of the Korean employment system. They get employed by virtue of them becoming by virtue of them having been considered as a permanent resident, which is easier for them to get employed when they are already residents. Hindi na tayo covered ng government G2G. Ang problema, they get divorced. When they get divorced, they could hardly find employment. How do we address that problem?
Sir, I think it's the acquisition of skills that would make them marketable, whatever their citizenship or resident status would be. I mean, if their value to any employer will rely on the skills that that person possesses, sir.
I understand, Madam Secretary, that it's really skill-based, right? Pero alam naman po natin that we get discriminated if pareho lang yung skill ng Pinoy, pareho din yung skill ma-offer ng Koreano, lamang sila. So that is something that I just want to deliver to you so that perhaps, when you visit Korea or any other country, you could look into this concern.
Before you make a comment, Madam Secretary, would like to acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Committee on Appointments, Senate President Mig Zubiri. Madam Secretary, please.
Yeah, that's all, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you po, sir, for sharing that information. We will certainly look into it, sir.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, since all issues have been raised, questions have been answered, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before you act on the motion of the Majority Leader, I just want to say one thing. If there's anyone who was born for the job, it is this lady here. She was born for the job as a chairperson or secretary of OFWs and, of course, to the labor sector. So no one else deserves this post except for you, particularly in this administration. So I'd like to second the motion for Majority Leader to approve for confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you po sa lahat and Mr. Chair.
Yeah, there's a motion duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Chair,
Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Any objection? Hearing none, the committee meeting is hereby adjourned.
is hereby called to order. May I call on Representative Albert S. Garcia to lead the chamber in prayer.
Let us all remember that we are in the presence of the Almighty God. Lord, we humbly acknowledge your never-ending goodness, and we humbly submit to your amazing power and authority. You have once more given us a task today to fulfill our duties as public servants, which we ought to do for your glory. Father God, we thank you for allowing us to conduct safely and smoothly our committee hearings today. You have given the nominees the openness and clarity of mind, and they were able to convey their thoughts freely and unreservedly. Their confirmation today will mark their formal assumption of their respective positions. Guide them to be ever diligent, ingenious, and transparent leaders of this nation. Truly, O Lord, with your supreme will, you have allowed us to engage in a meaningful discussion and arrive at a fair discernment of the matters presented before us. The opportunity to fulfill our tasks as members of this commission is a blessing because you have made us significant instrument for serving our people. We carry these tasks, O Lord, with all humility and acceptance under your direction. Lord God, as we seek your guidance for today's plenary session, fill us with your spirit and wisdom that we may be able to conduct the session in an orderly manner. Bless us all in good health, especially the nominees and the staff and officers of the Commission on Appointments who work hard in helping us perform our duties effectively. May your virtue and love be present in our hearts, from which we can draw our strength to keep our hope and faith in you under any challenging situation. All these we ask in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Secretary, please call the roll, members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Francis Chis G. Escudero, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya, Christopher Bong Go, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Lauren Legarda, Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Poe, Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond Elray F. Villaferte Jr., Cynthia A. Villar. The chairperson is present.
With 18 present in person, no members online, total members present are 18. The chair declares the presence of the quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journals of the plenary sessions held on 22nd and 23rd of November 2022 and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordoba as Chairman, Commission on Audit for the term expiring on February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Chairperson of the Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices, Senator Cynthia Villar, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, the Chair of the Committee on Constitutional Offices, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, good afternoon. On behalf of your Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices, it is my distinct honor and privilege to submit to this august body for confirmation the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordoba as Chairperson of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring on February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. Mr. Gamaliel A. Cordoba, as if by providence, was raised to be honest and diligent, indispensable traits of a leader mandated to guard public funds. Born on January 4, 1971 in Manila, our appointee's mother, Mrs. Magdalena Cordoba, who was a canteen operator, instilled in the young Gamaliel the value of honesty and diligence in his tender years. He was tasked to man the cashier, where he learned the importance of honesty in business. Eventually, he became adept at handling the finances of the family business. Her mother put much trust in his qualities that he was given at such a young age the responsibility of procuring raw materials, coordinating with suppliers, and ensuring the overall smooth flow of business. His father, Mr. Francisco Cordoba Jr., a lawyer and civil servant, inculcated in the young Cordoba the value of good education. He completed his secondary and tertiary education, graduating with a degree in economics at the Ateneo de Manila University. He later took law at the same university. Being a product of Jesuit education, our appointee subscribes to the philosophy of being a man for others. This philosophy set him on the path towards greater responsibility in the private and public sector. Chairperson Cordoba started his professional career at Sisip Gores, Velayo and Company, the Philippines' largest professional auditing firm. In SGB, our appointee understood the value of competitive advantage through insight, excellence, and quality service. Later on, he joined the law firm of the Sigon Reyna Montesilio and Onsiaco law offices, where he was exposed to extensive law practice. Unable to resist the call of public service, Chairperson Cordoba served as Chief of Staff to the then Presidential Chief of Staff, Renato Corona, during the time of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. He also served as Assistant Executive Secretary of Executive Secretaries Alberto Romulo and Eduardo Ermita. Later on, Chairperson Cordoba served as the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation as a member of the Board of Directors. He holds the distinction as the longest-running commissioner of the National Telecommunication Commission from 2009 until his appointment to the Commission on Audit in 2022. At the NTC, he is most proud of his landmark projects, resulting in marked improvement in internet speed and the streamlining of permits for the construction of telecommunication towers and fiber optic installation. His career highlights also includes consistently exceeding collection targets, overseeing and regulating the successful mergers and acquisition of telecommunication groups, and the NTC's active stance in blocking online pornography. Chairperson Cordoba legal acumen and auditing skills make him best qualified to lead the Commission on Audit. His competency are key to making the Commission on Audit a responsive and transformational audit arm of government. As chair of the Commission on Audit, Chairperson Cordova pledges to infuse a new perspective in the agency. Under his leadership, COA will emphasize assistance, partnership, and guidance to government agencies in terms of myriad government auditing rules and regulation. Firm on his vision, kasangga sa serbisyo, hindi kaaway sa serbisyo publiko. Chairperson Cordova shall steer COA to be a partner of government agencies in the proper expenditure of public funds. Indeed, our appointee, Chairperson Cordova, is the leader we all need at the helm of the Commission on Audit. Therefore, Mr. Chair, my fellow members of the Commission, it is my great honor and privilege to move for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordova as the chairperson of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring on February 2, 2029, Vice Jose C. Calida. I so move, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, next to second confirmation is the Vice Chair of the Commission, Congressman Mon Monwico.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Pangasinan, our co-chair of the commission, Congressman Monching Guico is recognized.
Mr. Chair and their colleagues, our appointee is a lawyer who held key positions in the various departments and agencies of the Philippine government. Noteworthy is the fact that he served as Commissioner of the National Telecommunications Commission from August 2009 to October 2022. For a decade, he showed nothing but dedication to public service. I believe that under his leadership, he will direct the Commission on Audit in achieving its goals and objectives efficiently and effectively. I also anticipate Chairman Cordova's commitment to uphold the mandated duties of the COA as the supreme auditing arm of the government. With this experience and qualification, it is therefore my honor to move for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordova as Chairman of the Commission on Audit. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, next to second confirmation is Congressman Abet Garcia. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the historic province of Bataan, Congressman Abet Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, Mr. Chair, may I just insert my seconding speech to the records. But before I do that, Mr. Chair, I just would like to commend the performance of our nominee this afternoon, Gamaliel Asis Cordova. His invaluable contributions when he was a member of the Presidential Chief of Staff in the office of the Executive Secretary and BuCor, and eventually in the National Telecommunications Commission. Gusto ko lang pong banggitin, Mr. Chair, that it was Mr. Cordova who facilitated the 911 emergency response system for the province of Bataan. When the telco said that it was impossible, it was Mr. Cordova who facilitated all these things, and we have our very own call center of the 911, and we have responded to many thousands and thousands of calls from our citizens, visitors, and tourists from the province of Bataan. Madali po namin nare-respondihan because of this system. And as far as I know, it's the second system outside of Davao because of the assistance, support, and facilitation of our nominee. Having said that, I'm sure Mr. Cordova will do wonders for the Commission on Audit, will prevent further corruption. At the same time, facilitate government officials that think out of the box in solving problems in our country and community. Having said that, it is my honor to second the nomination of Gamiel Asis Cordova as Chair of the Commission on Audit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, the next to second confirmation is Congressman GB Padiernos. I move that he be recognized.
The distinguished gentleman from Nueva Ecija, Congressman Padiernos, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, a pleasant good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to endorse the confirmation by this Honorable Commission of the ad interim appointment of the Honorable Gamaliel Asis Cordova as Chairman of the Commission on Audit. Chairman Cordova was the longest serving commissioner of the National Telecommunication Commission, or the NTC. He held the position for over 13 years until his optional retirement. Chairman Cordova obtained his Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the Ateneo de Manila University. He obtained his Juris Doctor degree also from the Ateneo de Manila University. Before dedicating his life to public service, Chairman Cordova worked for 4 years as an associate of the oldest law office in the country, Sigyon Reyna Montesillo, and on Siaco Law Office. Therefore, he held key positions in the government, namely Director for in the Office of the Presidential Chief of Staff, the late Renato Corona, Undersecretary in the Office of Executive Secretary Alberto Romulo and Eduardo Ermita, Appointment Secretary of the President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Director of PAGCOR and NTC Commissioner. It was under Chairman Cordova's leadership when he was NTC Commissioner that the agency reached many of its defining milestones, such as the adoption of the digital TV system, a huge improvement in the Philippines rankings in terms of internet speed, both in mobile and fixed broadband, and the NTC consistently exceeding its collection targets. In recognition of his service, Chairman Cordova was awarded the Presidential Medal of Merit by former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo in 2010. These are but some of the testaments to Chairman Cordova's dedication, competence, and leadership, traits that Chairman Cordova takes with him as he takes the helm of the Commission on Audit. I have no doubt in my mind that Chairman Cordova can ably lead this very important constitutional body, the Commission on Audit. It is, therefore, my honor to manifest my wholehearted support to the confirmation of the Honorable Gamaliel Asis Cordova as Chairman of the Commission on Audit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Chair, I move that the seconding speeches of Senator Lauren Legarda and Senator Nancy Binay be inserted into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
We take note and act on the motion.
There being no other members of the commission to second, Mr. Chair, I move that the commission confirms the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordova as Chairman, Commission on Audit for a term expiring on 02 February 2029, Vice Jose Calide. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection, the ad interim appointment of Mr. Gamaliel Asis Cordova as Chairman of the Commission on Audit for a term expiring on February 2, 2029 Vice Joe Calida or Jose Calida is hereby confirmed. Congratulations, Your Honor. Majority Leader, let's proceed to the next one so that we can hasten the proceedings.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider recommendation of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as the Secretary, Department of Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers, Congressman Greg Gasataya, be recognized.
The gentleman from Bacolod, the City of Smiles, Congressman Greg Casataya is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mayong nga po, Mr. Chairperson and distinguished colleagues in the Commission. It is this representation's honor and privilege to endorse to this honorable body the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished colleagues, unknown to many, the DMW Secretary's nickname, Toots, started when his late father, former Labor Secretary and Senate President Blas Ople, coined this term of endearment for his beloved bunso. Her very name stands as the symbol of the close bond between our secretary and the man who raised her and founded the Labor Code and institutionalized the protection of Filipino workers. Honorable Chairperson, Secretary Ople graduated from the University of Santo Tomas with a bachelor's degree in communications in 1984. She then pursued further studies and successfully finished master's degree in public administration from the Kennedy School of Government in Harvard University in 1999. At the young age of 25, she started her career in public service as Media Relations Officer here at the Senate in 1987, and thereafter served as the Chief of Staff and concurrent MRO of late Senator Blas Ople in 1992. Within the span of 2 years in public service, Secretary Ople co-founded the Citizens Drug Watch Foundation in 1989, proving her passion and understanding to help the underrepresented and underprivileged. She became the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs, when her late father was appointed Secretary of Foreign Affairs in 1992. In 2004, Secretary Ople was appointed Undersecretary of the Department of Labor and Employment, where she vied to ensure prompt action on cases involving distressed Filipino migrant workers. Honorable Chairperson, the year has passed. Secretary Ople established and assumed the presidency of the Blas F. Ople Policy Center and Training Institute, a non-government agency serving as a bridge between the government and distressed Filipino workers abroad. With her communications background, mastery in public administration, and having dedicated her life to the cause of ending modern slavery, Secretary Ople distinguished herself as a workers' rights and anti-human trafficking advocate, earning her social, civic, and honorary recognition from various bodies here and abroad. She is a recipient of the prestigious Josephine Vernon Award for Excellence in Communications of the Kennedy School of Government, the Harvard Alumni Achievement Award, and the Trafficking in Persons Award by the U.S. State Departments, among others. With recognition from the international scene, Secretary Ople was also cited as the first Filipino to have been appointed to the Board of Trustees of the United Nations Voluntary Trust Fund to assist victims of human trafficking. Honorable Chairperson, no less than the Senate of the Philippines had adopted a resolution recognizing her fight against human trafficking in 2013. Secretary Ople's expertise has also consistently provided invaluable assistance to both houses of Congress in crafting landmark legislations protecting the rights of Filipino migrant workers. Honorable Chair, Secretary Ople also served in the executive branch as member of various government committees aiming to protect and promote the welfare of overseas Filipino workers. Now that she is at the helm of the department, Secretary Ople is given an opportunity to champion not only migrant workers, but also the long overdue provision of support and resources for the adequate protection and representation of OFWs as we transition into the institutionalization of a haven, a home solely of and for modern heroes and their families. More than the financial and economic benefits, she recognizes the social costs of overseas employment. Now, more than ever, Honorable Chair, our migrant workers need a champion to fight and win the battles they should not face alone. Distinguished colleagues, Secretary Ople was once quoted that her dedication stems from her desire to share the same love and compassion that her father showed our laborers throughout his lifetime. Her conviction bore the fruit we now know as the Labor Code of the Philippines, which became the foundation of our laborers' rights. Much like her father, she is now in the position to implement landmark legislations she once helped craft for Filipino migrant workers. This representation firmly believes that the seed the father of the labor planted decades ago now stands proud and branches out. And it is time for the person who loved, nurtured, and grew with the proverbial tree to share its fruits to our Filipino migrant workers and these families. With their Honorable Chairperson, I move for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, the next to second the confirmation is the Vice Chair of the Commission on Appointments, Monching Vico.
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Pangasinan, our co-chair, Congressman Ramon Monching Guico is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Commission on Appointments. It is an honor to express my support for the confirmation of our nominee's appointment as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. Secretary Maria Susana Vasquez Ople is a notable media practitioner and a professional writer. In her capacity as Undersecretary of the Department of Labor and Employment from 2004 to 2006, she had championed the protection of workers and the promotion of their welfare. She was a resource person called by the House of Representatives and Philippine Senate in crafting legislation to protect the rights of migrant workers. She was also cited as the first Filipino to have been appointed to the Board of Trustees of the United Nations Voluntary Trust Fund to assist victims of human trafficking. Among her various accomplishments, I regard her fight against human trafficking as the most notable. This advocacy to eradicate human trafficking speaks highly of her genuine care for humanity and to end modern slavery. I commend her unwavering efforts and initiative to promote the well-being of the migrant workers, and I firmly believe that there is no one who is better suited for the job other than Secretary Ople. In this light, Mr. Chair, I take this opportunity to declare my complete trust and full support for the confirmation of appointment of Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Mr. Chair, next to second the confirmation is the gentleman from Bataan, Congressman Abet Garcia. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Congressman Abet Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you said it so eloquently a while ago when you stated that there is no person born for the job other than our nominee. Secretary Susana Toots Vasquez Ople. And because that is the ultimate statement, I will just insert my seconding speech to the record. And I am sure that with our support, with the passion of our nominee, and the leadership of our president, our migrant workers have certainly better days ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Mr. Chair, the next to second the confirmation is our Mama Bear, Senator Cynthia Villar. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, the senator from the beautiful city of Las Piñas, home of the bamboo organ, no other than Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, I have the honor and privilege to stand before you today to co-sponsor the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. In the interest of time, I wish to insert into the record my seconding speech for Secretary Maria Susana Vasquez Ople. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, next to second the confirmation is the gentleman from Iloilo, Congressman First Biron. I move that he be recognized.
And to our distinguished colleague from Iloilo, Congressman First Biron is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. Do allow me to give a brief show of support to the confirmation of Maria Susana Toots Vasquez Ople as the Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. The Department of Migrant Workers, established only last February 2022, when Republic Act number 11641 took effect, is mandated to perform all the powers and functions of 7 merged agencies. This is not an easy task, but I believe Ms. Ople, an experienced public servant, a civic leader, and a cancer survivor, could effectively lead the department to the fulfillment of its mandate in line with our national development programs. Renowned for her civic work and various accomplishments, particularly for advocacy against the exploitation and human trafficking of our fellow men, women, and children, I know her heart is in the right place and her spirit set for the job. They say that migrant workers are unsung national heroes. Even modern heroes need a sidekick. The Department of Migrant Workers must fulfill that role and give our overseas workers the support and empowerment of the state and their plight to tackle on greener pastures to support their families and in effect promote our economy. It is therefore important that this department is led by someone as valiant as Secretary Toots Ople. I therefore second the motion for the confirmation of her ad interim appointment as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Chair, the sponsorship speeches of Senator Lauren Legarda and likewise of Senator Nancy Binay be also be inserted into record. I so move, Mr. President.
We take note of the motion of the Majority Leader.
Last to second the confirmation, representing the minority, Congressman G.P. Padiernos.
Congressman Padiernos is recognized.
Mr. President, the Congressman Padiernos said that his seconding speech be inserted into the record.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, since there are no more members of the commission of the commission who wishes to second, I move that the commission confirms the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Susana Vasquez Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before I act on the motion, I just want to expound on what Congressman Abet Garcia had said. When I said that if there is anyone in this world that we can say was born to the job and to the task, it is this honorable lady, Ma'am Toots, Secretary Toots Ople. And why, you may ask? I've had the opportunity as a young man to see another Ople working, dedicated his life working for the welfare of our republic. And his core concerns were always about labor, about the poor, and particularly our OFWs. This was no other than her father, former Secretary of Labor, Blas Ople, who became senator and eventually Senate President of this great institution. And that's why after so many decades, so many years after, his esteemed daughter, Secretary Toots Ople, has been able to rise above the occasion and will be, by the way, the first ever Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. This is a historic day because last 2 weeks ago, we passed the first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. Today, we are confirming without objection, with full support of 24 of our members plus the chairperson, this lady's commitment to continue serving this republic and our OFWs. So without further ado, I am honored to act on the motion without objection, the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Susana Vasquez Ople, more commonly known to all of us as Toots Ople, is hereby confirmed. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
Before we adjourn, I'd like to ask our two appointments, the chairman of the Commission on Audit and as well as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers, to join us in the podium for a photo opportunity. There being no objection to the motion, the meeting is adjourned. Maraming salamat po.